we're giving it. But let us also remember that publication is not this time, but read impact begins after publication. So please do us a favor. When you read our post, when it is virtually out, that will be so. Let us try and see how we can deploy it and make it meaningful. So that is the future was built together, and importantly, we must build it inclusively. So at IndabaX Nigeria, we strongly believe that the future of AI must include women. We give women 40% attendance. So yesterday online, we had wide session, and all the was an interesting session with questions across problems or challenges that women faces, and young researchers and all of that. So to every graduate and every researcher present today, so please understand that your journey matters. So many AI researchers, we all together for certainty, and many successful projects, they started with perfect ideas. I can testify to that for my small, very tiny lab in my office. The main perfect ideas begin with spaces exactly like this one. So ask these questions from anybody that is sick today. You network those, you walk out to people that you have been dreaming to see, or that you have been reading their work, or you have been seeing their book. Walk up to them the way. Network with them. You collaborate fearlessly, and you also read aggressively, and never underestimate your power or contribution to African AI in the future. So we are going to and also giving us the enabling environment to do this. And I also extend the heartfelt appreciation to all our keynote speakers yesterday and today. Our trainers, they're all here. Our paper reviewers and also poster. Our volunteers that volunteer their time, their resources, and the organizing member committee, all our sponsors, collaborators, and partner organizations. So behind every successful conference, are countless unseen sacrifices, like late night meetings. This one is very obvious. Those that are part of the LOC, we understand this. Late night meetings, technical troubleshooting, paper review, poster review, travel coordination, fundraising, mentorship, and volunteer dedication. Here, I just want to pause and thank everyone. I will start by mentioning myself. I can't count the number of late nights, sleepless nights that we put into this. Then I also call Abuno. He's not here presenting, but he's with us in spirit. He's the bridge between, or the person standing between us and University of Ibadan. Then I'll first also start with my LOC members. Where is Adiola? Adiola, she's our super person. And Ibrahim is our chairman for this year. Unfortunately, he's far away in Saudi Arabia. He couldn't make it back on time, but via the travels and online, he led us successfully for this year. Then Adiola is also a super person. She has always been leading, whether you put her in the forefront or in the middle or at the back, she's always there. And Israel Odiajo is our communication manager. He's in charge of all our flyers, all our social media messages. And we also have Barrister Kingsley. He's out there. You will not see any of them sitting there. Barrister Kingsley is there. He's in charge of all our mails. In fact, he's the vice chairman for this year. He's in charge of all our mails, all our logistics, and any other duty assigned. Then Nosridin is in charge of our hackathon. Who else have I not mentioned? But when I call Israel, that is in charge of our social media, he has his own team that I cannot mention all of them. They are so large. Then we have the logistics. We have, but even if I don't mention your name, be sure that we appreciate every effort that you do to this community to make it grow. So to everyone working behind the scene, Thank you for keeping this vision alive. And finally, let me leave us with these thoughts. AI is transforming the world rapidly. But the question is no longer whether Africans will use this AI. The real question is, will Africa shape AI in ways that reflect our realities, values, culture, and aspiration? Please remember this. Reflect our reality. Our reality is so much different from every other country that we travel to. Even if you live abroad, you come back home. This is our reality. So we have to build AI that speaks to us and our intelligence. So the real question I see in retreat is, will Africa shape AI in ways that reflect our realities, values, culture, and aspiration? And will we become creators instead of consumers? Please, we are shifting from AI consumers to AI producers, builders instead of spectators. Don't look. Yoruba used to say that, oh, Simbe, or not shake me. You are not there. You have to be involved for you to lend your voice and be respected. Then leaders instead of followers. So I'm rounding up. I believe we can. And I believe the future of AI is already being built in rooms like this one across Nigeria. So let this conference be let it be more than a gathering to you. Let it become a catalyst for collaboration, a platform for innovation, a bridge between research and deployment, and a reminder that Africa AI belongs at the center of AI. So on behalf of the entire IndabaX Nigeria community, sorry, I did not mention DSN. Of course, we have a steering committee. I lead the steering committee. My name is Dr. Sekinat Folorunso. I'm an associate professor of AI systems from Olabisi Onabanjo University of Agoiwoye. We also have the CEO of DSN, Dr. Bayo Adekombi, is also our chief and the steering committee for IndabaX Nigeria. Then Professor Francisca Oladipo, she's the vice chancellor of Thomas Adewumi University. She's also a member of the steering committee. We have Olanrewaju Ahmed, we call him Abuno. He's the one standing between us and UI. He's not here present, but his spirit is with us. And also Robert John, Dr. Robert John. So it will come in if he can make it. So, and so on and on like that. So we have steering committee and we have the organizing committee. They're all super in their capacity. So once again, my name is Dr. Sekinat Folorunso, and I welcome you all to IndabaX Conference 2026. Thank you.
Please, can we appreciate our chief organizer again? So we will just get into it. This is who we are. And again, this morning, we are privileged to have one of the amazing speakers in town, with us, who will be taking the first keynote this very morning. And because of our time, of course, it's a very known face. And if you have not, you are privileged to have him here with us. Please, can we receive Dr. Said Ayola for his keynote section? This is how we appreciate him.
All right, thank you very much. I think some things are not showing clearly, right? Okay. Well, that was a wonderful welcome address by Dr. Sekinat Folorunso, I must say, and it was a powerful speech. And on that note, permit me to stand on existing protocols. If you cast your minds back to 5 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, there were conversations about AI. The conversations were about, would AI take away our jobs? How do we protect our people, from the revolution of AI? How do we safeguard our data? Well, that one is still a very important conversation. But the truth is that talk about whether AI would take over our jobs is long gone, because AI has come and has taken over so many people's jobs. Believe it or not, sometimes you want to build a very good PowerPoint and you just tell AI what you want and it will do a wonderful work for you. Sometimes you want to do a poster. I remember back in 2018, 2019, to get someone to design a poster for you, you'd have to pay about 5,000 naira per poster design, and they might give you 3 corrections you can make. You can't make any further corrections without paying after 3 times. So once you say, change this one, okay, change that one, okay, change that one, okay. Then you say, you know what, change this one, you will pay, this is becoming another thing. But today, with as low as, I don't know how much you pay now for your own AI platforms, but you can get designs as many times as you want if you know how to use it. I'm not going to give you the cheat code here, but somebody would say, oh, I only have 3 times I can do, and then that's all for the day. And I'm like, really? Let's not talk about it. But the truth is that AI today can do things that we couldn't even do before. Talk about cloning people's voices. Talk about cloning people's images. Now today we see videos online and we're not even sure whether it really happened or it was AI. AI can make you watch yourself and you'll be like, when did this really happen? So with this, can we really say AI has taken over our jobs, or AI has created even more jobs than we ever thought were possible? But you would agree that it has also created more jobs, right? Because it has lowered the entry barrier now. So many people that did not really learn how to use CorelDRAW or Photoshop can now, with their creativity, prompt properly and get the best artwork from AI. And that is just one aspect it has encroached into our lives. But that's to say that it really is no longer about whether AI will take away our jobs. Next slide, please. So what's the new conversation? The new conversation is about how we can protect and safeguard our jobs from AI. For those of us that still feel relevant in society, how can we continue to be relevant? And the answer is that you can only continue to be relevant if you begin to adopt AI. But let me make a very clear observation here. When we say we consume AI, and so for that reason, it has taken away our jobs, we're not really talking about the fact that some people have now learned AI and they too can get jobs. No, we're talking about who we are really paying for these jobs. Some people are, graphic designers, and all they do today is they use AI to generate graphics, right? But they pay subscriptions to platforms. So by lowering the barrier, everybody becomes a graphic designer, but we are all paying the owner of the AI platform that we are using. So definitely we are paying a new person who is not in Nigeria. So somewhere, somehow, somebody has lost either their job or the kind of quantity of work they will get. So the question is about how do we safeguard our jobs? How do we keep the money in our countries? How do we keep the services indigenous? And that is why this conversation of today is very important about building scalable AI that works. Because you all know that we love imported solutions, right? Because our own don't work. And it's not our fault. We build under very constrained, resource-constrained environments, unlike our counterparts abroad. So this conversation is about understanding our limitations and trying to see how we can scale even within all of these limitations. And I believe that great conversations lead to greatness in the future. If we had the right conversations 5 years ago, we probably would be doing a lot better today. So it's great to know that IndabaX is bringing this conversation early enough, because I have a particular fear. My fear is that in the next 5 years from now, the conversation about AI will no longer be about cloud-based services. It will no longer be about heavy computing AI platforms. It's going to be about edge computing, offline computing. What can your systems do without internet? Think about development globally, from computers that were very large to computers that are very small. There's always the focus on miniaturization. We're always trying to reduce the scale to make it get as cheap as possible, as affordable and accessible as possible. So while some of us are still basking in the euphoria of what AI can do, some are thinking about how to reduce the costs, how to reduce the dependencies, and how to make them affordable to every person on earth. So who is better to have this kind of focus than us in Africa or in Nigeria, where we really live in this environment. Like I said some times ago in Lead City, I said, AI or technology generally has not come of age until it brings food to the table. That means it must impact the rural areas where the food comes from. How can we get the farmers in rural areas to say, oh, I'm using AI for my poultry. I'm using AI for my crop disease detection. I'm using AI for my consumer, from farm to consumer platform. How can we make it so democratized? Next slide. So the focus is about how to get everything work with AI without even all of this internet and power supply and costs. So if we are to look at it, then the concern is how can we move from cloud services to edge computing-based services? And it comes down to research. It comes down to research. But research can only be as effective as the tools you have in the lab, right? For us, when it comes to AI, number one is data. Data is the fuel that powers your machine learning. And how can you get data from online, from platforms online? I was having a conversation with someone, and the person said, maybe we should encourage industry academia collaboration so that the academia can get data from the industries, so that with that data, they can train solutions that will better serve the market. It makes a lot of sense, right? But how do you get the data when the industries are afraid that it might fall in the wrong hands? For students who are working on final year projects, you know how tough it is to request for even an interview with an organization. Nobody knows who sent you. In Nigeria, we have this thing, who sent you? Did they send you? When you start saying, so can you tell me usually every year, CBN reaches out to my organization, asking us to fill a form, telling them our source of income, how much we make and everything. And I'm always like, wait, are you sure it's not EFCC that sends them? Because you're asking too many questions. Now, for data to be accessible, there is just one solution. You need to own the platform that they use. Take, for example, Jaja Clinic. There is a particular Nigerian company providing the EMR service, electronic medical record service, that has helped Jaja Clinic to digitalize their record system. If that organization needs data, they may be in a better position to talk to Jaja Clinic and say, can we use your data for training? Because they warehouse it for them anyway. And of course, there are ethical issues around that we must talk about later. But data can only be obtained by researchers if we have platforms that are already in use and we're in collaboration with them. But there are not enough Nigerian platforms that people use. How many chat apps do we own as Nigerians? How many platforms? Even our electoral platforms, even our and we warehouse it in the cloud. And the advantage is that there are so many Nigerian entrepreneurs, at least I know about Awari, for example, that are investing data from the rural areas. Talk about traditional AI that is trying to understand how different traditions in Nigeria solve different problems. How do they solve the issue of who stole? You know, there are some villages where you dare not steal, right? Because if you steal, they will tell you, do this, and then they will find out the thief. How can we learn from that, build a database for that, and train our models to also apply that method? There are some traditional organizations, let me say, communities that also have AI, traditional solutions for solving some medical challenges. How can we learn from them? Even as far as incantations. But if Awari, for example, goes as far as collecting this data that currently is not even in any written form, by interacting with the locals, and then places all this data on the cloud, do you not know that it will take just a few days or years before someone somewhere abroad says, oh, we have a perfect understanding of how they do this in Africa? We sent some people, we did some research. Well, do we really know the source of the research, of the data? So that platform, that encryption gateway is one way around helping organizations protect their data. But then we'll talk about other methods of learning that does not need organizations to send you their data anyway. We'll talk about that later. Then there's the problem of pipeline. What's the pathway from the researcher to the deployment stage? You need to go from university to businesses. What's the pathway? How many businesses know the research being done on campus or on various campuses? They don't attend final year presentations. They hardly attend inaugural lectures and so on. So what exists in other countries is a sort of consortium, or let me say a triple helix, where you have research being funded by the university, by the organization that wants the solution, and also by the government. So that way it's easy for the organization to know that there's a research that is upcoming. And they can put their money knowing that they've signed agreements on how it can be commercialized in the future, IP ownership. But currently, we don't really have that. And it was very evident when the federal government sponsored some AI research. We had about 45 teams that won the research grant, the AI research grant, but how many of those AI research grants led to commercialization, apart from publication? And that's why Dr. Florencio was very clear about we need to move away from just publications. Then thirdly, there is no signal. When you come up with a project topic or a research topic, the question is, who asked for it? What signal did you observe that made you say, I need to research into this? Because for you to say you are solving a problem, there must have been a request for the solution. We shouldn't just sit down and say, I wish we can have access control where plate numbers of cars can be read at the university gates. Let that be a problem that you have witnessed, and a problem that is being, a solution that is being sought for by various universities. Interact with those who are involved in security. Let them give you the assurance that that solution will move, so you can invest in it. Because right now we have so many AI solutions that no one has requested for. And we believe that after developing it, we will now pitch it out. But there are so many problems that we need to solve. The only thing is that we need to bring that conversation closer. Now, next slide. So let's create a scenario here. Let's paint a scenario. You are a researcher. You have been able to find a way to solve the data problem. You have been able to understand the market. You've been able to build a pipeline for moving from research to deployment. Then what do you eventually build? Because that's the biggest mistake. We have all the perfect scenarios right, and then we build wrongly. Let's look at the laboratory environment. In the laboratory environment, you're working under controlled conditions. And this is one thing I usually frown at when I see AI research, research works. People will say, I'm building a solution that can understand the stock market and so on and so forth and predict the stock market. And I say, okay, so can I see your data? And they say, yes, I got my data from, what's the platform you get your data from? Where? Cargo. Did you say university.com? Investy.com. Now, people go ahead and say, I got my data from here and this and that. Or I got my data from Kaggle. Cleaned data that works. And then you also deal with GPUs. Oh, I've been able to run this because I use the GPU at Abwad. And I was able to use Google Cloud. And I use their computing platform and so on and so forth. Oh, I only spent 20 cents per query. It's affordable. It's not bad. No, we are 10 in our group. We are 10 PhD researchers in our group. Blah, 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 blah. And it works perfectly with that condition. But for it to be deployed, you are not dealing with researchers anymore. You're dealing with businessmen, people that field officers that go into the market. You're dealing with engineers who want to be efficient in everything they do. And they will tell you that they need to spend just about 1 cent per query. Just like 15 naira per query. And you ask why? Because in controlled environments, everybody's doing it right. But in the deployed environment, you have users wasting the queries. Somebody deployed an AI model that was supposed to answer certain questions, and maybe he did not put some guard rails. So the users later began to say, now, pretend you are not this. Let's talk about who is the president of Nigeria. And the team said, okay, let's talk about that. You are burning somebody's tokens on that. So it has to be very cheap. Then not only that, you're not going to be enjoying the perfect kind of, GPUs you want, or in terms of internet connectivity, you're not going to have the perfect connection. So you need to prepare for a case where there is less access to the internet, perhaps 5%, 5 seconds delay in network connection, and so many other things. What you think works in that environment in the lab may not work in the market. So 2 things are possible. It's either those who are pitching the solution to listen to you and say, we'll get back to you, and they don't get back to you, or they give you a try, and eventually they regret that option when they see how it has backfired. So we must build for the right environment. We must build for the worst environment. It's as interesting as robotics, for instance, where you have a robot in the lab. You communicate with it by voice. Move forward, do this, do that, and it does it right because you are using some kind of wireless communication. And then you go to an environment like this where everybody's hotspot is on, and you try to talk to your robots. Even while you are standing here and the robot is there, network failure. You will have to go very close to it. I said, move forward now. So how do we deploy this in the environment? It was so bad, I was to deploy a solution for a warehouse. And I said, what do you want? They said, a robot that can pick things, drop things, and everything in the warehouse. I said, that's not a problem. We can easily do it. Then they said, wait, in the warehouse, our greatest fear is fire. There must be no electronic thing moving around. I said, isn't that a robot you said should be moving around? They said, yes, but they don't want electricity because it can catch fire. Things are expensive that it can get burns and all that. I said, that means you're not ready. Because robots I know will have batteries. If possible, LiPo batteries that can catch fire. I don't want to be in trouble. Let's just suspend this for now. So the environment for deployment can be very, very extreme. Next slide. So when we build for the right environment, 7 things must come to our minds. And I want to really dwell on this. Number 1 is the data army. Data is very vital, but data is very expensive. You wouldn't know how expensive data is when you are building in the lab. You got your data, very clean data, and you're using it for free. But when you want to deploy it, that's when people start telling you, you cannot use our data without our permission. There are rules you must comply with. But even beyond that, there are some data sources that would go against you pulling from their platforms. And I know many of us probably do web scraping. Web scraping can be okay when it's just in your laboratory and nobody knows about it. But where you start to make money off it, the platforms you are scraping will come after you. So your data pipeline must be guaranteed. That is number 1. Number 2 is sovereignty. If you are dependent on a platform you don't own, you cannot really put your feet down and say, this is going to be the cost. Many things could go wrong. You could eventually see yourself paying higher than you had thought because the company you are leveraging on feels you are trying to compete with their platform. Or you might find yourself being limited by how many queries you can get or you can make in a day. And that will translate to your customer's experience. So if we have these two challenges, how about we deploy the third one, which is the Edge AI? Edge AI is the next frontier. So what is Edge AI computing? Edge AI means that we are no longer trying to rely on cloud-based services, even though they are still going to play a role anyway in validation and persistent training. But we're not going to rely on Edge AI computing. What we are going to do is build simple devices, embedded systems that can compute machine learning algorithms with the lowest amount of energy or power, with the lowest cost, and with the least access to bandwidth, internet services. For that to happen, imagine running a computer vision model on a simple mobile phone. Consider running a computer vision model on just a very simple webcam attached to a chip. How is that possible? That is possible when you deploy TinyML. TinyML is that branch of machine learning that looks at the lowest power consuming algorithms. That might give you a lower accuracy, but for what it's supposed to do, it may just be sufficient. So you need to start looking at TinyML so that your solutions don't seem unscalable here in Africa. You need to look at TinyML. And there are many other theories that come along with TinyML. I was going to mention them before, so I'll mention it now. One of them is pruning. Another one is quantization. And of course, we have distillation. I don't know if we have enough time to break this down. But you see, the best of models for accuracies to be 99.99999, we always try to understand perfectly our entire weight vector, actuators, and also the factors that affect the decisions. And in doing that, we may go as low as 100 decimal places to get the perfect weight that gives us the best accuracy for every factor. But by doing so, it's now going to be a bulky model that cannot run with the lowest end computing platforms. So what that means is that when you're trying to apply it on edge, you will be pruning down so many factors. You're also going to be toning down the weights by quantization. And I hope you will have time to explore all of this. Then there's also distillation, where you say, you know what, I know these factors might be relevant, but let us reduce them. We may not get the best accuracy, but we will learn over time. Now, with all of this, one might get enough accuracy for what they want. But if you don't get enough accuracy, of course, you can rely on the cloud to further confirm your inaccuracies and build corrections to it. But let me just give you scenarios that we can't do without TinyML. You build an app that wants to perform face recognition or identity verification, or you build a solution for a self-driving car that must make a decision almost immediately, whether it's a self-driving vehicle or it is maybe a vacuum cleaner in the room, but must decide immediately. And you are going to deploy it in the rural area where network is a problem. Then the AI must sit on the edge. It may not be the perfect AI algorithm, but it will learn over time. So what we are saying is that you must begin to deploy TinyML for our local environment. Then federated learning. Now that we know that we've not implemented an encryption gateway for cloud services, how about we encourage industries to share that data by building platforms for them that they will use? And then we get them to sign an agreement on federated learning, which we already do with most of the apps we use on our phones anyway, when we agree that they can use our data to learn. It's not necessarily shifting your data from your phones to the cloud. Thank you. Okay. Oh, sorry. Am I disconnected? Which one? Okay, okay. Thank you. So the point is that you can only get people to agree to contribute data if they are not going to send their data to you, really. It's still going to be under their control. Even if it's in your server or your database, it must be encrypted by them, fine. But federated learning means that you would allow us use your data to train our model, not by you sending your data to us or by giving your data to us, but by us sending our current model to you for you to run a machine learning algorithm to train that model, then give us the updated model. So you do that for thousands of clients that you have, and you take the average, then you send out again for another learning. So that way, the model is being updated. The model is learning not by collecting people's data, but by sending the model, the current state of the model, to the users, to the clients, your merchants, your business partners. So what this means is that you don't need to have the biggest computing platform on your side. By using all your clients' platforms, the little ones they have, you can train and collect the update. What it means is that your apps that you run on your phone may be training and sending models back to the owner, which might mean that your apps, your phone is getting too hot because it's doing some work that you're not aware of, but you had signed the agreement when you said, I agree. Then digital twins. In the case of digital twins, we know we want to collect data from real life environments and learn over time. But not every researcher plans for this. So most times you expect those who are using your systems or any system at all to find a way to record every data about it and make available for training. In real world environments, that does not happen. If people are going to collect data, there must be sensors and some method of reading the data real time and updating a server or a database. So in digital twin, we are simply saying, if you want to understand a farm, or you want to understand maybe human beings in a work environment, you want to be able to learn how they behave, or you want to understand children in schools and how they learn, particularly those with one or two learning difficulties, you have to build a digital twin of that environment by creating ways of collecting data about every factor that you might want to study. And that should be so that it's always updating your platform. So by using embedded systems, hardware, you should be able to collect real-time data from the environment you're trying to model. Now, wrapping up, I'm going to give you an example of one of the things that we are doing at RAIN. So we understand that AI has come to stay, and everybody must begin to apply AI in everything they do. Otherwise, you will lose out eventually. So now we are looking at an automated learning platform. And this automated learning platform means that if you have thousands of students that you have to train, and everybody wants personalized learning, why not build a conversation between the trainer and the students on WhatsApp? So in this case, there's a curriculum that must be covered. And the server that is deploying this platform already knows where the conversation stopped with Mr. A or Mrs. B. So as long as you are communicating, it is teaching you. Many of our youths today spend our times on our phones, right? And so how about we automate your learning so that there will be that AI friend, in this case, our RAIN tutor, that is always chatting with you, measuring your learning as it's growing. So that means that people can work and learn at the same time. But how do we deploy this? We have to use models that would not consume tokens. We have to try to use offline models that run directly on the server. And eventually we may have to rely on big cloud services for complicated ones. But we learn and we don't have to go back all the time as we are improving. So that's something we will roll out very soon. And what does that do for us? It reduces the cost of training, ensures improved accuracy because you can measure, and when you measure, you can improve. And it also gives some sorts of improved, let me say lower cost on the side of the students and improved communication between the tutor and the student because they feel they are speaking to their tutor. it's not just a mobile, a text conversation. It's also a voice conversation. Sometimes you listen to voices. Sometimes they are told to watch a video and come back to discuss it and so on. So this is the kind of way we are trying to build AI into our training. Constraints are not to discourage us. They're actually stepping stones to the next level. And I've always said this, that when you walk around constraints, you'll find yourself being a consultant tomorrow for those who thought they had no constraints. Because believe it or not, AI is still in a growing stage. It will get to a point where the big cloud services would not be able to meet everybody's needs. There will be need for less bandwidth, lower cost, and of course, improved accuracies. And that's where what we have done in our limited resource environment will become very useful. Thank you. So, for us at RAIN, we are very proud of the work that Indaba is doing. We are proud of the work that DSN is doing, as well as NCARE and a host of many others, particularly in breeding this culture of AI awareness, making sure everybody is aware of their own responsibilities and their role. Making this kind of conversations a yearly thing, or even a twice in a year kind of thing, would help us continue to drive along the same direction. It's also making Africa known as a formidable force in the space of AI. Now, the message from me to the industry is simple. We need our industries to bring their problems closer to us in the academia. We need industries to not think that Nigeria or Africa does not have the right skills or talents. We do. Many of our people in Nigeria are the ones solving real problems abroad. Somebody was conversing with me and he said, how is it that he in Nigeria works remotely for Google, solving some of the biggest AI problems that they may have? And nobody in Nigeria knows him. Nobody in Nigeria invites him for public speeches and all that. And I said, wow, maybe you need to do more of community support, because we have so many great talents in Nigeria working remotely and nobody knows about that. So what that means is that organizations, industries in Nigeria should reach out more to the academia, express what their challenges are so that resources can be deployed to solve those specific issues, and so that data channels can be opened as well. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, constraints produce geniuses. If China could do it, we can do it. When China was faced with the need to build greater AI platform, LLMs, and they could not access NVIDIA's greatest GPUs, they toned down their models so that it will give the best and the most efficient within the resource limit that they have. For us in Africa, our challenges are more than just that. We must now begin to build for contextualization. So if you agree with me that this is where we need to be heading, then thanks for sharing my vision. Can we just make it a shared mission today? Thank you very much.
Okay, you can do that more. I mean, can you appreciate more? Thank you so much, Doctor. So before we go into the next section, we're going to be taking a group picture with our keynote speaker before he leaves. So we are all going to be moving outside. I'll take a group picture, then we'll come in and start running the section. Okay, but before we do that, let's take one or two questions for Doctor before we move. Okay, one, I think that's fine. Any guy? If there is not, please quickly come, so that we can manage time before the VC shows up. Please come.
Thank you for the speech. My question is, how is distillation different from digital twins and transfer learning? Thank you. Digital twins and transfer learning.
Thank you very much. So digital twin basically is about being able to collect data real time. So let's say I have this megaphone. Oh, it has AI. How come it knows I called this? So let's say we have this loudspeaker here, and we want to understand its performance vis-a-vis the temperature it gets to, the temperature of the room, the decibel levels, and the current it consumes, the voltage it uses, and all of that. And we need that data to better train the model. What we would love to do is to place sensors on it that can read all of these features I have mentioned. Now, when you read all the, and you their relationship based on whether supervised learning or unsupervised learning, say, yeah, I'm able to understand machine learning. But collecting that data all the time, real time, is what digital. Because if I collect everything, I can create a virtual identity of this so that when on my computer, I'll probably see it getting red in terms of coloration and all of that. So digital twin is not just about observation anyway, it's beyond observation. For us in the hardware space, we also want to be able to control it from the digital twin. It's like Shigidi. I don't know, is it Shigidi they call it now? When somebody ties somebody down, and if they pinch that person's caricature, it affects the real person. So we want to be able to somehow maybe cool it down online, or maybe even increase the volume by just touching something, affects the real thing. So not just we, but it's about collecting data, right? And all sorts of data. What was the other one? Distillation. Distillation is completely different. About where you now know perfectly model this particular system, you need X, Y, Z, and all sort of factors. Be noted. You need 20. But occasionally, those 20 features will become very expensive to decide on anything about the speaker. I decide that, well, from all of the features and all of these things, I think the temperature of the room is not really very important. It does not really affect accuracy to that extent. Maybe the significant, more important, maybe temperature of the room or whatever is more important, and so on. So some, would have brought accuracy to a very high level, but would not really affect if you remove it. Remove those factors, that's distillation. So carefully you distill, and you know the time which factor should not be. So the difference anyway. Does that answer your question? Any other? Okay, somebody wants to ask a question.
All right.
Okay, it's better. And mind you, per query is 10 naira. So you're owing me 10 naira now. Or how many queries were those?
Okay, so thank you so much, sir, for that. You made mention of how the cloud is fading away and we are moving into edge servicing and computing. Can you just shed more light on that particular thing? And you also made mention that if AI is going to really, really evolve to take over, even those in remote areas should have access. And you said this can be done with edge computing. So can you just shed more light on that?
Okay, thank you. Now, you have exhausted your tokens. Thank you. All right, that was a joke. Now, the point is this. Imagine the amount of energy being consumed every day at the warehouse of OpenAI, Anthropic, Meta, and who again? Google. Grok too, right? The point is, in 2023, 3 years ago, when Sam Altman visited Nigeria, and he was having a conversation, he said, they want to build their LLM to the point where you can talk to it, you can argue with it, you can speak over it, and it will listen to you back and forth like that. But to get to that point, they need to get more energy, more power that the government of the US cannot even provide. So what did they say they were going to do, which they have done already? They said they were going to build a nuclear fusion plant. Nuclear fusion is different from nuclear fission. It's cleaner, but it's more powerful. So that's like what happens in the sun. He said once they can do that, they'll be able to provide enough electricity that they need. But take note of this. We are not yet all using AI. I don't have the numbers now about what the percentage consumption of AI is. It's going to get to a point where having one central server somewhere will not be sustainable. That's number one. Number two, with the wars across the country, the world, the Iran, Israel, America war, Ukraine, Russia, and co. Servers, databases are being targeted now. I think it's as bad as if you destroy one central system everybody is going to be in trouble. So what do you think will be the next thing? Is to decentralize. But, sorry? Sorry? Huh? Web3. Okay, yes, that also works. Web3. Don't take me to where I don't know, please. I know you are trying to bring your CV out. But the point I'm making is that we have to begin to look at smarter systems generally. It would be great if I can buy a vehicle that understands me, or a refrigerator that understands my consumption. I shouldn't have to attach it to IoT and then tell Siri to help me with one or two things. So you will soon start having electronic companies saying to you that this air conditioner has AI. Of course, you don't need internet for it. They would have trained it for you. It's just like CCTVs that are using TinyML in a way to understand when it sees someone and it sounds an alarm, even if there is no cloud service running. So it's that kind of system we're going to be seeing getting very prevalent. So that's the one. I think you asked two questions about edge computing and how that's going to help. So believe it or not, the greatest need for AI when it comes to development is agriculture, security, energy, and I'm not sure the fourth one now. So what it means is that we need more AI solutions that can work in the rural areas. Talk about security. You want to monitor what's going on in the fringes, at the borders, and you have low service there, network service. So you need AI that can still work in the absence of network. Of course, thank God for Starlink. Now we can have internet in those areas, but still, you have to be a bit independent from all that. So what it means is you want services that can run without internet, of course, with low processing capacity, and if possible, low cost, because they can fall down in the farm, they can fall down in the terrorist enclave and becomes a waste. So how can we begin to build AI that can work in those places? Is by toning down some of the models, but not just toning them down for toning them down sake. You must still optimize the results you get, improve the accuracy. So that's what we are saying. So it's about you coming up with research that says, I've been able to build a model that can understand Pidgin English without much reliance on the cloud. And that's going to affect many people in this room. Because while in the past, we were all trying to do this, ever since OpenAI came out with APIs, you will now see people saying, this I have done relies on ChatGPT's open, what do you call it again? GPT 3.0 or 3.5. So we need to take a step back. So we don't continue to be consumers. As Professor Folosha has already said, we shouldn't try to be consumers. We should try to build our own independence so we don't get colonized again. There's a particular word I want you to take home, and that word is techno-feudalism. Techno-feudalism is when you build all your infrastructure on somebody else's piece of land. You build your solutions on platforms that you don't own. The day they ban you or they decide that you should pay more, you'll find yourself gasping for breath. And I think that will really affect how industries trust us. When you say, I'm building this solution for you, like there was a bank, I wouldn't mention the name now. They needed a solution. They went directly to Microsoft to build it for them. Will Microsoft say no when there is a lot of money and data and everything they can learn from? So if you go to this same bank and say, I can do it for you too, they say, okay, very good. Do you have your AI model? Oh, no, I'm using Microsoft. We can talk to Microsoft directly. You just work with them. So we must begin to build solutions that are of advantage. And that is why when I built a solution called Yard Code, I made sure it was able to work offline using an algorithm that does not need the internet. Fine, when you have internet, you get better services, but without the internet, it can still work. And I think that's something we should do. So I hope I have been able to answer your question. If not, upgrade your AI version. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's move outside to take a group picture with our keynote speakers before we continue the section. Please, let's move outside. Okay, there is a banner down there. Please, we are going towards that direction. Everybody Doctor, yes, sir. It's outside. Please, the picture is for everyone. Please, let's move outside, please. Don't worry, we're going to lock the room. Just move. We're going to lock the room. Please, look, organizing team. Who owns the hall? Please, we want to lock this room as we're going out to. Adiola, we want to lock the room. Oh. Please, let's be fast about that. We are expecting the arrival of our VC anytime from now. All right. Again, good morning, everyone. IndabaX Nigeria, good morning, everyone. At least we've taken tea break now, so we are sure that we are good. Good morning, everyone. Did we enjoy the first section? Please, can we appreciate again our speaker one more time? So again, like we mentioned, we have been waiting to receive our dear father and our vice chancellor. And at this moment, as we begin to settle down, it's going to be coming up shortly. But before then, how many of us are participating in the ongoing hackathon? How many of us are on with the hackathon? No one is doing hackathon. The price for the hackathon is a lot. Oh, I wish I can participate because even your gift is not here in Nigeria. Many of us are participating in the hackathon. How many of us? What's happening? We have about 700 people that are supposed to be in this conference, whether virtually or in person. So how many of us are participating in the hackathon? Just 4. All right, no problem. Oh. No problem. So please, the hackathon is still going to be on till around 12. So let's do well to do the needful. Please, Adiola, I need the attention. Adiola. Please, I can get that for you. Need the attention. And also, please, for poster sections, please, let's ensure that we find a place to earn our posters. Then for the parallel section, they are going to be happening both in this May on and the breakout rooms. A lot is going to be coming to that details shortly. Like I mentioned, we are privileged to have our dear father with us, whom we have been expecting in this great occasion. And in a short while, is going to bring his goodwill message to us and also declare this event officially open. All we've been doing, we're just trying to put things into time. But right now, we are more sure that the leadership of the entirety of the management are with us. And to do that with us is our dear father, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Oyebode Adebowale, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan. Please, can we be upstanding as we receive him for his own goodwill message and declaring this IndabaX Nigeria 2026 open officially. I know you can do more than that.
Kindly have your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me first apologize. There is no doubt that at the university, since Monday, we have been very, very busy. I have to excuse myself from a meeting that started at 10 o'clock, just for me to be here. And when I came in and I saw the number of people that are here, I felt satisfied that I've been here this morning. Because I see so many people that are the next generation of innovators for this country and also for the continent of Africa. Can we settle down, please? The chairman of IndabaX Nigeria Board of Trustees, and if their representatives are here, I recognize them. The country director of IndabaX Nigeria, the representatives, distinguished representatives of our global deep learning, Indaba, and I'm sure that they are also leaders of our partner organizations, the Data Science of Nigeria, the AI Saturdays of Lagos and Ibadan, AI School, Port Harcourt, and all our sister universities and academic institutions. Let me also appreciate the members of the local organizing committee. And most importantly, our next generation of innovators, which is either our students or our early career researchers, our guests across Nigeria and the African continent, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with extraordinary sense of pride, intellectual vigor, and deep institutional honor that I welcome all of us to the University of Ibadan, the premier university in Nigeria, the first and the best. I hope you are aware that in Nigeria, there are only 2 universities. It is University of Ibadan and others. So if you hear that there is a university at Ile-Ife, popularly called Obafemi Awolowo University, it is one of our campuses that is located at Ile-Ife. So I welcome all of us to this very important 2026 conference. I'm aware that the conference is for 4 days, starting from the 11th of May. And now this is the last day. Abi? This is the 14th of May, which is the last day. So it's a privilege to welcome all our most brilliant minds in artificial intelligence, in data science, and particularly in machine learning across Nigeria and across the African continent. On behalf of Senate, on behalf of the management and staff of the University of Ibadan, I extend to you all our warmest hospitality. You are very privileged to be in Ibadan. Ibadan city is the most hospitable city in the whole world. And by providence, the person that is standing before you is the first Ibadan indigene to be vice chancellor in 78 years. Ibadan is a very small city. It's a city that is made up of 21 towns and 1,681 villages. Very, very small. So I welcome you to the UI family, and we are most honored to host you. The IndabaX Nigeria has rapidly become the central unifying platform for all AI communities in this country. That is no small achievement. To see organizations as diverse and dynamic as the Data Science Nigeria, AI Saturdays, Lagos and Ibadan, AI School Port Harcourt, and all leading academic institutions from every geopolitical zone, all working together, sharing the same stage, pursuing the same mission, is a powerful testament to the maturity of our artificial intelligence ecosystem. Let me inform you that the era of fragmented, isolated efforts working in silo is over. We are now in the era of collaboration, of synergy, and the era of collective purpose. And we must never forget the continental family to which we all belong. IndabaX Nigeria is the proud Nigerian chapter of the global deep learning, Indaba, a movement that now supports AI capacity building across over 47 African countries. That word, Indaba itself, it means purposeful gathering. And it is in Nguni language family that reminds us that we are all part of a great African renaissance in technology. From Nairobi to Accra, from Johannesburg to Kigali, and now here in Ibadan, we are collectively asserting that Africa will not just be a mere consumer of artificial intelligence. We will be builders, we will be innovators, and we will also particularly be ethical stewards of this very, very transformative force. Now, let us turn to the heart of our gathering, the theme of this year's conference: building scalable AI that works from research to deployment in resource-constrained environment. I ask us to pause and reflect on each of the words in that title, because I believe it is not an abstract slogan. It is particularly a roadmap. It is also a challenge, and it is, I believe, the most important conversation in Africa AI today. For too long, the global AI narrative has been shaped by abundance. Abundance of data, abundance of computing power, abundant energy, abundant high-speed connectivity. The large language models, the billion parameter neural networks, the dazzling demonstrations of AI's capability. These have emerged from an environment where resources are taken for granted. But I believe that is not our reality. More importantly, that is not the world that most of humanity inhabits. Here in Nigeria, and I'm sure across much of our continent, we operate in environments that are resource constrained. We face erratic power supply. We face high cost of computing infrastructure. We also face limited access to high quality, locally relevant data sets. We face connectivity gaps that leaves entire community offline. We face the reality that the most advanced AI models that is developed in the Silicon Valley or whatsoever area cannot simply be dropped into the contest and they are expected to work. But yet, this is the crucial point. The very constraints we face are also a call to creativity. Let me speak directly to the first part of the theme. It said from research to deployment. I know that in academia, we are very good at research. We produce excellent papers. We produce rigorous theses, elegant algorithms. But all too often, that work ends at the laboratory door, or in fact, even at the library shelf. We suffer from what is known in innovation studies as the valley of death. The valley of death is the difficult gap between research prototype and the real world deployed solution that actually people can make use of. This conference demands that we bridge that gap. It is not enough to publish a model that predicts crop yields with 95% accuracy. We must ask, can that model run on a smartphone with intermittent connectivity? Can it be used by a farmer in Oyo State that does not have any formal training in what we call data science? Can it be maintained and updated without a team of cloud engineers? That is what it means to build an AI that works. But let me say very clearly that the University of Ibadan is very ready to take up this challenge. We are reconstructing our research incentives to reward translational impact, not just publications, but mainly deployments. We are creating innovation pathways that can connect our brightest computer science students with industry mentors and real-world problems. We are committed to being a university where AI research leaves the campus and enters the community. Very recently, our team, we are working on developing the AI model and AI, the build-up for the university. And we have a committee that is working to develop that model. I'm sure that by the time the policy comes out, it will be very, very encompassing. And I love how they started. They want to make it as inclusive as possible. There are so many people that they are going around to interview and ask about what they feel about AI. I'm sure that we will be able to get there. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, building scalable AI that works. Let's look at the word scalable. Scalability is not just a technical property. It appears to be a moral imperative. If we develop an AI solution that helps one hospital or one school or one farm, but cannot be extended to hundreds or thousands, then we have only scratched the surface of what is possible. Scalability means designing systems that are affordable, that are maintainable, that can adapt to different local contexts without being completely rebuilt. But however, we must be very careful. In our enthusiasm to scale, we must not forget that human beings is at the end of the algorithm. The scalable AI must also be responsible. Must also be responsible AI. It must be fair, it must be transparent, and it must be accountable. It must not replicate or amplify existing inequalities. It must respect privacy and particularly data sovereignty. These are not afterthoughts. They are fundamental requirements. And the final critical phase is in resource-constrained environment. Let me reframe this. A resource-constrained environment is not, in its case, a deficit. It is a design constraint that forces innovation. Some of the most elegant engineering solutions in history have emerged from scarcity, not from abundance. When a bandwidth is low, we learn how to compress. When a power is unreliable, we learn to build resilience. When labeled data is scarce, we learn to master futures learning, transfer learning, and even synthetic data generation. These are not second-best approaches. They are sophisticated, creative, and often very superior ways of thinking about artificial intelligence. I'm sure that this conference will give an opportunity to showcase and celebrate that uniquely African ingenuity. The solutions we built for our resource-constrained environment will not only serve us, they will offer some lessons to the rest of the whole world. Because even in the most data-rich, computer-rich environment, efficiency, robustness, and frugality appear to be virtues. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me propose 4 practical priorities that I believe should emerge or should appear to emerge from this conference. First, we must build and curate our local data sets. One of the greatest barriers of AI development in Nigeria is lack of high-quality annotated representative data sets that could reflect our languages, our cultures, what we are familiar with, our crops, our traffic patterns, our consumer behavior, and the like. I therefore call upon our academic institutions, our technology companies, our government agencies to collaborate on a national data commons, a shared, ethical, and secure repositories of Nigerian data that will be able to fuel research and development, not only for today, but for tomorrow, for years to come. Secondly, we must invest in lightweight, edge-based artificial intelligence. The era of sending every data point to the cloud for processing may not be feasible in many parts of this country. We need AI that can run on the device, like smartphone, low power sensors, and co. We need models that are small enough to be downloaded over very limited bandwidth and robust enough to function without constraint or constant internet connectivity. This is not a compromise. It is like a design requirement. Third, we must strengthen, and that is very important, the bridge between academia and industry. universities are known to generate ideas. They generate also talent. Industry provide real problems, data, and deployment pathways. Neither can succeed without the other. They are dependent on each other. I am pleased to see representatives from both worlds here today, and I challenge you to leave this conference with at least one concrete partnership agreement, a joint research project, an internship program, shared infrastructure investment. And I know that University of Ibadan will be one of your willing partners. Fourthly, and perhaps the most important, we must cultivate a culture of ethical deployment. As we rush to build and scale AI, we must not cut corners on safety, on fairness, and particularly on accountability. We need diverse teams that will include not only computer scientists, but also lawyers, sociologists, philosophers, and even community leaders. We need impact assessment before deployment, not after. And we need mechanism that will redress when AI system causes harm. These are not obstacles to innovation, they are conditions for sustainable and trusted innovation. Let me give you Universities of Ibadan commitment. And I'm speaking directly for what University of Ibadan is doing and that we are committed to also doing. We are committed to establishing a new interdisciplinary center for artificial intelligence and data science. And we believe that it's going to be a hub that will bring researchers from computer science, from our faculty of technology, from agriculture, from medicine, from economics, even to social sciences and humanities to work on Nigeria's most pressing challenges. I'm sure that by the time we have it, the center will have specific mandate that will focus on resource-controlled AI. We're also looking at our curriculum to ensure that every student, regardless of discipline, graduates with AI literacy. Not necessarily as a programmer, but as informed citizens who can understand what AI can and cannot do, and who can ask critical questions about its use. Let me share one scenario with you. Very recently, one colleague and I, we wanted to take in a PhD student. I'm a chemist. Wanted to take in a PhD student to work on something that we know that even at full time, he cannot finish the work. Full time, perhaps 3 years and plus. And we asked him to go and work on a proposal. We gave him an idea of the area that we want him to work on. This guy went, he came back on the third day with about 200-page proposal with references. You know that even when you use AI and we ask, it also has a lot of deficiencies. We can identify there are some of those references that he quoted that is wrong. And AI cannot perhaps interpret it correctly. But more importantly, we know that he has not done any thinking at all. No critical thinking. And that's why human oversight in whatsoever that AI does, human oversight is important. Yes, there is no human oversight there, and there is no way that that student will be able to go far. So the student was rejected. When I did my literature review and proposal, it took me about 9 months. I know that these days, there are tools that will be able to help you to be able to achieve the time less. But it is important for you to also be able to think on what you want to work with. Even with all that the AI has generated for him, my thinking is that he will look at the literatures. He will look at all those references and see how he can get in contact with it and read it and see the pitfalls in each of them. They are very sequential and he will be able to identify. But somebody that is lazy, that just believes that AI can do whatsoever that he can do for 100%, has no basic understanding about artificial intelligence. I don't know whether you agree with me. Do you agree with me? Because critical thinking is very important. The human aspect of it, you can't remove a human hand from it. AI doesn't have a human soul. It doesn't. It cannot. AI cannot show any empathy to you. AI can't empathize. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, finally, what is my call to action? We will be living through technological transformation that will be remembered for generations. I've said it, I'm saying it again. Artificial intelligence is not a distant future. It is our present. It is already shaping what we see, what we buy, what we believe, even how we are governed. But the question is not whether AI will come to Nigeria. It's already here anyway. But the question is, who will build it? Who will control it? And whose interest will it serve? If we leave the building of AI to others, to distant corporations, to foreign government, we will, at the end of the day, just like what has been happening to the African continent, we will receive systems that are optimized for their context, not ours. We will receive models that does not understand our languages, that does not understand our culture and our values. We will only become consumers of decisions that have been made elsewhere. But if we build, if we gather here, we share knowledge, we train one another, we deploy solutions, we learn from failures and persist, then we will be able to shape our own destiny. We will have an AI that can speak Yoruba. We have an AI that speaks Hausa, Igbo, even Pidgin. We will have AI that understands our farming season, our disease patterns, our traffic chaos, and our entrepreneurial spirit. We will have AI that works for us because it was built by us. That is the promise of IndabaX Nigeria. That is the work for this conference. And that is the future that we can build together. Before I declare the conference open, I know the conference is been open. Let me acknowledge those that made it to be possible. The Global Deep Learning IndabaX. I want to thank you for your vision. Let's clap for them. I thank them for their vision and their unwavering support for Africa AI capacity building. Let me inform you that you have planted seeds across this continent, and we are seeing the harvest. I should also thank the local organizing committee. My brother here, I'm sure, are you the chairman? The secretary, okay. The secretary also works well. Who is the chairman of the local? Chairman, stand up. Let's recognize you. You see? She must be a very powerful woman. Yorubas will say, obìnrin tó le ju ọkùnrin lọ ni. Let's appreciate her again. Thank you. You can sit. And I should also appreciate all the volunteers. I'm sure there are so many volunteers. And volunteering service is very important. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, volunteers are very scarce. Even the people that are supposed to serve in committees, you see them not being very active. Not to talk of those that volunteers. You see, outside Nigeria, if you want to enter the university, you must show at least 200 hours, 250 hours. You can't enter Harvard without not having, your record of your volunteering service, which is very, very good. So I thank all the volunteers for your hours, for your passion, and for your professionalism. We see you and we thank you. Your labor is the invincible infrastructure of this event. Then to partner organization, TSN, AI Saturdays, Lagos, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, and all the academic institutions, we want to thank you for your collaboration. You are the living proof that we are stronger together. To the security networks, hospitality staff, University of Ibadan, who have prepared the facility to host you, I thank you very much. And finally, to all those that have traveled from near and far to be here, you are the reason why it matters. Your presence, your curiosity, and your commitment are what we turn the theme that we have talked about into reality. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this IndabaX Nigeria 2026 conference officially open. I put officially there because all the things that you have been doing is unofficial opening. So it is officially open, and I charge you to build boldly, to build responsibly, and to build together. And above all, to build AI networks that works, not just in theory, but in real resource constrained, beautiful, complex, and hopeful world that we call our home. Thank you, and God bless everyone.
Please, can we give our hands again to appreciate our dear Father and Vice Chancellor for that detailed, comprehensive welcome. Please, let's be seated. Before we allow our Vice Chancellor, and his team, and also our keynote speaker to take their leave, we would like to do a few activities before they take their leave. But that we want to again appreciate our dear Vice Chancellor for the goodwill message, so detailed and encompassing. We are indeed very grateful. And on behalf of the IndabaX Nigerian team, we want to say we are grateful. And so on this note, we have a precious gift, the little we can as a team, to present to you, sir, for gracing this amazing occasion. On this note, I'm going to call the chair herself. Please, can you please step forward? And of course, if there are other staffs of University of Ibadan, please, you can also step forward at this point. Prof, please join us as we are going to be presenting these to our dear Father and Vice Chancellor for gracing this occasion. Yes, sir, please, you're welcome. Please, can we appreciate our Father as he comes forward? So we'll be using, please, Doctor, please join this picture. And of course, all the LOC team, if you are here, you can also join this picture.
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of IndabaX Nigeria, because we have IndabaX all over Africa, and the Deep Learning Indaba, which is our global body, we present this beautiful piece to you as our token of appreciation for giving us the enabling environment and also accept us as we are. Thank you so much, sir.
Let's do it today. So that they will see. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma.
Doctor will present to you. Since we don't have one. Okay, so finally at this point, I'm going to invite Dr. Ayola to help us do this other presentation. Because is yes, sir. Is it? Sir, this is for you. What we want to present now, so you can give them. All right, so we have been privileged to be in several universities hosting this kind of conferences. And when we see great teachers, great professors who are contributing heavily to the community, we do not take their presence for lightly. And one of them this time that we have been able to see, sometimes last year we were here for Data Science Africa 2025. And here we are back into University of Ibadan for IndabaX Nigeria. I mean, this is like our second leg of coming here. And one of the people who have served, who are still serving, and we don't want to take their presence lightly, is Professor OFW Onifade for his endless support to the IndabaX. Many of us, he has taught us, and imagine that we are planning conferences with someone like him. So we're becoming doctor to help us make this presentation to you.
All right. Okay. On behalf of IndabaX Nigeria 2026, it's my singular honor and pleasure to present this award of appreciation to Professor OFW Onifade, Director, Distance Learning Center, University of Ibadan, for your outstanding contribution and commitment to advancing artificial intelligence and machine learning in Nigeria. Congratulations, sir.
Okay, so before we start breaking out into our section, we have a surprise award. And this surprise award, even the recipient does not know, and that was intentional. We want to appreciate this young person for the good job she has been doing in the community. At some point in this planning for many of the LOCs, you will know what our eyes saw when you hear certain things like your eyes have seen shaggy. But she stood on that, no, this conference will not be postponed. This conference will happen. So we are presenting this to no other person than our own IndabaX Nigerian lead, Dr. Shekinat Folonshaw, for the great job she has been doing over the year. Again, we'll be asking Dr. Ayola to present this to her. Our AI Mama. Please, team, you can come to celebrate our team. As we also, please, can we be outstanding as we allow our VC to also take his leave. Thank you, sir, for coming around. We are so excited to have you. Again, we want to congratulate our lead. Yes, sir.
Wow. I think Dr. Folorenshaw deserves even more than an award. Whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, she's a force to be known and to be reckoned with. On behalf of IndabaX Nigeria 2026, it's my singular honor and pleasure to present this Leadership Innovation Award to Dr. Sekinat Folorenshaw in recognition of her invaluable support towards the successful leading of IndabaX Nigeria. Congratulations, Ma.
Congratulations, ma. Okay, so we are done with the award. We are facing the real business. Again, we are welcome to IndabaX Nigeria 2026. And let me also say this, because our times is already fast spent. We want to urge our speakers, please, there might be some shifts in our timing. Please bear with us. We might also not be able to take a lot of questions in your section. We are giving this background information now, just so that we can all manage time. And a lot of our speakers have traveled from both far and near, and we don't want any of our speakers not to be involved. I'm going to hand over to Barrister Kingsley to tell us the schedule of the event moving now, so that we can just follow that moving on. Please, can we appreciate him?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. You are welcome to IndabaX. I mean, as the VC have mentioned, said, let us get the IndabaX started. So it's my pleasure to, be standing after that to tell us what we should be expecting. So we'll be moving into several speakers session. If you receive an email this morning, either for virtual or for on-site participation, you must have seen a sheet attached to the email telling you the sessions. And we are glad to have many of our speakers right here. Majority of them have traveled far and beyond just to make it here. In fact, some of them had to cross border to get it here. So these are the sessions are going to run. First, we'll be having 3 sessions here, joint. Afterwards, we'll be having parallel sessions. What are parallel sessions? Parallel sessions mean that 3 sessions are going at the same time. So we have one here, there's a room there, there's another room there. Just to also mention, IndabaX is a multidisciplinary conference. So we're expecting to hear sessions from researchers, academics, and also from the industry. And we deliberately put it that way so that we all can flow along. Whether you're a student, you are industry professional, you definitely have something for you. So the first session we'll be having, very, very brief. And why we're having this session is that we understand there are a lot of researchers, amidst us. And it's really good to talk about a few things that concerns you and your research. And the person I'm actually introducing this morning to do this work is a person that have been recognized as one of the top researchers in the world. Yes, and we have him very humble. I thought you would clap. Most of you have not even have one paper. You don't even have one paper accepted, and you are not clapping. Right? So he will be talking to us about how to write a systematic literature review paper, an SLR. How to write a systematic literature review. After that, we'll be having another session, and this session would be more in-depth, and I will introduce the speaker immediately after the speaker. So let's put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Adeniji to take his session. Let's put our hands together for him.
Good morning, everyone. The IndabaX Nigeria lead seated, Professor Sekina, and the LOC member and the participants. I say good morning to you once again. My name is Adeni Abidemi Emmanuel. I'm privileged to be ranked among the top 2% world researcher by Stanford University 2025, and also one of the top 500 researcher by Scopus and Elsevier from 2022 up to this moment. I will just briefly talk on how to build a systematic literature review. I was given just 20 minutes, and the work is more than that, but I will make it very brief, and I'm hoping to connection. Yes, if you need more about that, you can link me up, and we discuss more about that. Let me start by saying we're moving from research to deployment, and for every good innovation or good research paper we're seeing now it always emanates from a standard systematic literature review. What do I mean? I think there's a word in the Bible that says there's no new thing under the sun again, meaning that what we are doing now, someone else has done it, but we are just trying to put some flesh into it, just adding salt into our soup to make it more whatever in our mouth. So what is systematic literature review? It's a process of doing a comprehensive scholarly output or do a comprehensive search about what other people have done. We have a lot of them. Like that, just like I said earlier, that the best innovation you are seeing now is we start from doing a thorough review. So is a structure, a systematic literature review is a structure, is a transparent and replicable literature review method. That is, it undergo all this process. Now, the VC says something about a PhD student that brought 200 pages for a proposal because of what? Because AI. So let me try to say this, that AI should not be our number one thing. It should be a complement to us in order to for us to have a critical thinking. Now, such that student did not have a critical thinking about what he's doing. Okay, let me just give you a quick story. Like during my PhD work, one of the best thing or one of the things that helped me is conducting a systematic literature review. And then I developed a systematic literature review in August. It was published in August 2024. And from that to this moment, I have over 19 citations, meaning that when you conduct a good systematic literature review as a researcher, it gives more credence to your work, because people will always go to your work in order to do to develop a good paper or a good innovation. So one of the things that systematic literature review gives you as a researcher is that a critical thinking. Not just a researcher, in industry, like earlier we have what we call Motorola. We have Motorola, but because maybe they lack systematic literature review or they lack critical review of what is going on in the market. Now we don't have Motorola, we have what this Chinese phone that just packed them away. So as a researcher, as a student, as AI engineer or whatever, as an industrialist or whatever, you need a critical thinking which comes from systematic literature review. It has to be structured, transparent, and replicable literature process. So one is to identify gap. One thing that the first thing that the major thing we that make us to conduct systematic literature review is for us to identify gap, because we don't want to reinventing the wheel. What others has done. If you not conduct systematic literature review, there's no way you will not do it again. So for us to do it in a diverse or in a new method, we need to conduct systematic literature review. Then another thing is more rigorous than narrative review. Just like I said earlier, we have a lot of reviews like narrative, scoping, and the like. But this follow a structured and transparent method, then used to justify new research or develop theoretical framework. As a student, if you need a topic, or as an industry person, if you need a new innovation, just go to people literature, systematic literature review, see what they've done and see the future gap they are giving. Because at the end of systematic literature review, there must be what we call future research direction. What is this called? Sorry. Okay, the first stage of conducting a systematic literature review is using a prisma diagram. I think maybe I will show us before the end of this. A prisma diagram defines a clear research objective and question. Now, even a normal research paper, you must have a research objective, like those are the action words that direct you on how to achieve your aim. Then the research question. And here we use what we call PICO. That is the population, the intervention, the let me take us to Pico. Just because of our time, I will not go to that place. We have Pico for the scientists, for the science. Why the social science they use Spider to have their work. Then develop a protocol. Then we have set inclusion and exclusion criteria. Then identify relevant databases and tools. Before this, I do use normal Excel to sort out my articles. But because now we have AI, we have a tool that we can use, which is Ryan AI. I think as a student or a researcher, we can log into this Ryan AI. But if time permits, I will show us also. Then we have literature search strategy. Now, this is important when you are conducting systematic literature review. How do you connect your keywords together? How do you add the Boolean? I think we do this Boolean operator in primary or secondary school. That is the and, the or, the not. Then how do you add it to your words to give you the exact articles that is needed? Then search across multiple databases. Like we have some multiple some top databases that we make use of, like IEEE Explore, IEEE Access, Scopus, PubMed, Elsevier, and the likes. Then document string search, that is the database and the date search. If time permits, I will quickly do that for us to see. Then ensure replicability of the research process. Then the screening and the selection process. That is, we can also do this from the Pico. I will show us also from the Ryan table. Then data extraction and coding. That is, you draw a table on how to code your data, then set each objective, how you answer each objective from your research questions and the like. Then the synthetic and the analysis, and then we now start from writing your paper. It is writing a systematic literature review is as the same as writing a normal paper, but the process of SLR is rigorous and is systematic in a way that you have to follow this, unlike the normal paper. So we have the structure, abstract, introduction, method, result, then use Prisma checklist, visualization, discuss gap, and the likes. I would like to say this. During the keynote speech of our IndabaX lead, she said we received over 170 something articles that were submitted for this conference, and over 110 was text rejected because AI. A lot of people, they just go to AI. This is my topic. They pump it to AI, then they send it to us to publish. So because of that, we need to bring this up. So as a student, as a researcher, academia, I believe a lot of people here as a researcher have been writing systematic literature review. And also I will enjoy us to keep doing more, because your systematic literature review will give credence to your work. It will make people to cite your work, and it will make people to know you. And also it will also help you to be on top of your game. Like during my oral, I have 1.5 hours for questioning. Like the external was asking me questions because I did systematic literature review. So I know everything about the thesis. I was able to answer almost all the questions. So when you conduct systematic literature review, it will give you a better shape of what you are doing and give you a better knowledge of everything. Even if you are developing a product, if you have a good or critical thinking about that, it will give you a good outputs of what you are doing. So the tool and templates that we use, we have the reference manager that we can use for our references. For the screening of papers and the like, we use Ryan AI. I will show us here. Then for the mapping, we use this. Then from the guideline, we use Prisma diagram. I think I should be able to show us the Prisma diagram as well. Then the common pitfall. So what are the pitfall that we do encounter in systematic literature review? Unclear research questions. So that's when the destination is not known. Every other point will be like your point. So you have to be clear of the research questions. Then incomplete or undocumented research. You know, some people, when you are doing a research, when you are writing a research paper, or when you are embarking on any research, it's not compulsory for you, or it's not necessary or important that your research should supersede or perform optimally than the previous one. But because we want to be biased and want to show that our research is good, we now bring out a research that perform our own from our own what do we call it, when we are comparing, yes, from our own comparison. So it's not all about I have a better result. It's about you've conducted a research, and these are the things that the research is all about. So we should do away with incomplete and undocumented search strategy. No justification for exclusion. So some papers you are removing, why are you removing them? You have to give that. There's summarizing without synthesis, then ignoring seminar and latest research. We should include all this in order to eliminate bias. So I said I will show us the Scopus on how to extract articles from the Scopus database. So this is the back end of Scopus database. This is not for everybody. It's maybe if you are a researcher, because I'm a reviewer from top journal, so they do give me access to this. So I can have access to extract papers from the back end of Scopus, IEEE, and Elsevier. And if you are able to do that, then you are one step in conducting systematic literature review, because Scopus, Google Scholar is a general repository. So you can't just embark or just stand on that Google Scholar alone. You need other top back end, which are these. So if you are privileged to have the back end of this, then you can extract a lot of papers from here. That is the first stage, or we call the synthesis stage of your systematic literature review. But before that, you need something which is the boolean. How do you extract the keywords? Now, thank God for AI. Before the AI, when I did my first systematic literature review, I need to crack my brain before getting some keywords. But now, once I just have the topic, I can send it. And before, there is what we call Scopus AI, but they've removed the link from here. With that Scopus AI, just copy your topic, paste it to Scopus AI that you want to conduct a systematic literature review, and you need the exact keyword search for this. It will do it for you. But now that it's no more there, you can go to any Open AI or Gemini, just paste your topic there. That it should give you the exact keyword for you to use. Because if you miss out from the keywords, then there will be a problem. Just like when the foundation is rotten, what will the righteous do? So the foundation is the keyword. Once you have a right keyword, then you will have a better output. Now we can search from here. Can someone just propose any topic? I think I still have time. Maybe we can just. Okay. So, okay. And for the Ryan AI, this is the Ryan AI. This is a paid version. It is, you need to subscribe also. But I just subscribe for a student. You can subscribe as a professional, so you can do a lot of things from there. So all these tools, they make it very easy for you to extract a lot of data. And just like they told us earlier, that data is the backbone of machine learning. So also, data is the backbone of your systematic literature review. I believe with this short presentation, going forward, next year we'll receive better articles that we will publish, and it will be devoid of AI writing. Thank you. Any question?
Please again, can we appreciate Doctor? Sorry that it's happening this way. It's supposed to be like a 3-4 days program, but you know, we are here now anyways. And we don't want a situation where there is no speaker who doesn't speak, because most of our speakers are global speakers. And we won't want a situation whereby anybody will be cut off because of time. And you know, we are not also privileged to provide accommodation. So that means people anytime from now, we start moving. Okay, so we're going to be bringing our next speaker, and we're excited about the great work. Okay, this man wants you to ask questions. Don't worry, we are creating a leverage whereby you can always ask you questions. If I myself I have questions, don't worry. So and a lot of questions. That is why we have breakout sections where we can meet some of these speakers and ask our question. Apologies. If you can also write your question, yeah, we can pass it to him and all of that. So sorry that we are really moving very fast. It's just that we can accommodate as much as possible. Okay, so we're going to the next section, and it's with one of us, and we are glad to have him back in Nigeria taking this section. So is it doctor we're going to say now? But anyways, that's what we're looking at. Can we appreciate all the way from the United States of America? Because we have to say those things here, all right? And that's why we are proud of our own. So we have Stephen Kolawole, who will be taking us on the next section. Please, can we appreciate him? That's one of the amazing ML researchers we have here in Nigeria. And of course, imagine if flew all the way from the US to come and meet us in this conference. We are glad to have you. Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining us.
From our laptop. Yeah. How many people believe what I just said now? Really? Okay. Yeah. So I think it's just a joke I like to tell really often. Okay. Yeah. So a little bit about me. I spent most of my life in Abeokuta. I'm an Abeokuta boy. Yeah. I did computer science at this agricultural school in Abeokuta, and yeah. And after that, I started doing a PhD at CMU, Carnegie Mellon University School of Computer Science. And I mostly work on inference efficiency, just trying to make large models cheaper and faster to serve. And this summer, I'm working as an applied scientist with Amazon. And it's mostly just the same thing I've been doing in my PhD, but now I have like a bigger GPU budget and I get to live in Silicon Valley. Also, I'm a founding organizer at ML Collective Africa. Yeah, so I think it's pretty interesting that we have maybe like 4 or 5 speakers today, affiliated with ML Collective. And yeah, so I try to tell people that, yeah, like if you're doing research and you don't have budgets, you don't have a prestigious school affiliation, just do it by ML Collective, you'll find something that works for you. Okay, great. So one thing I want to mention here is that most of what we hear about AI, I mean, online, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and all of that, it's not really our problem, right? But every single body, every single person you know, every single influencer you follow, they probably talk from this perspective, right? Conferences and all of that, and yeah, and I feel like most of these are kind of calibrated for a really different audience, people in San Francisco, people from China, Beijing, Shanghai. And most times I wonder if these big fancy topics like AGI, if they map cleaning to, the African space, like to Lagos or to Ibadan and to Abeokuta, basically, yeah, and I also feel like they just kind of distort
what what our people, what our builders kind of prioritize, when they build stuff, like I think it's very common to see people solving for problems that we don't really have, and just kind of ignore the ones that we do, right? And so what I'm gonna do here is that I'm gonna put up a series of claims, and then I'm gonna try to be very mean in disproving them, right? Let me show you what I mean. Yeah, so I have like 12 claims in 3 different buckets. So I have a couple of claims about, imported debates that are not really about Africa, but we just kind of got them from somewhere else and they colonize our timelines. And we also have the second bucket, which is kind of misdirected inventions, which are questions that are important, very important and pertinent to the African space, but we are kind of looking at them at the wrong layer, And finally, we have the technical methodology, and I think I will spend more time on that because it's some of the things that builders kind of spend time on, but they kind of waste their time. They waste my time as well. They waste everybody's time. Okay, so we go to audit 3, right? And then I have 4 buckets here. The slides are very tiny, but I'll try to read them out. So I think the first one is the first bucket. The all claims you've had, like AGI is artificial general intelligence is 2 or 5 years away from now. AI is going to take away all the jobs. AI is an essential threat which we should be organizing around. And the frontier labs will solve this for everyone. So the second bucket in the middle, misdirected inventions, is all about, Africa needs to train its own foundational models to be sovereign, right? And then we need GPUs from Africa, we need African compute. And we should leverage open source so that we can catch up to the frontier labs. And if we have bigger models, then we will solve African languages problems. And the last bucket, it's about, small models trained from scratch are the answer to African use cases. Fine-tuning is the move. Edge deployment is the future for Africa. And just call an OpenAI API, and we don't need to bother about building our own stack. So if all these 12 different claims, stuff that you've heard about or you're familiar with, can you just raise your hand? I just want to, have a sense of, what's the name of if all of us are thinking about this from the same perspective. If you use Twitter or LinkedIn, you're probably familiar with most of these concepts. Yeah, but if you've heard about stuff about AGI is going to happen in the next couple of years, AI is going to take away all our jobs. Africa needs its own GPUs and compute. Small language models, trained from scratch are the answer to African context. And edge deployment is the future for Africa. If you ever heard of any of this before, just can you raise your hand? Just want to have okay, awesome. Yeah, thank you. And so if you heard of them, is either you're very online or you've just been building a lot and you've seen this come up very often, right? And so I'm gonna just kind of walk through them very fast because the imported one is not really our problem. The ambition one is kind of our problem, but from a very different perspective. And then the last one, the technical methodology one, is more important because this is what you're gonna work on next Monday, basically, when you resume back at work. Okay, so on the imported debate aspect, I honestly feel like the way I think about them, okay, let me just go to them one by one. And then, yeah, I'm so sorry, I have a lot of text. I think my slides were very last minute. So so I realized that maybe the best way to, deliver this will be to have a lot of text on the slides. But AGI is 2 to 5 years away. This is something that you hear a lot of people say, right? You see a lot of CEOs mention stuff like this. You use GPT models, and then it's better now than it was 2 3 years ago, yeah. And honestly speaking, personally, I feel like nobody really knows. I said maybe you are raising money based on this, like you're raising capital from VC for your companies and all of that. Then you probably have a better timeline of when AGI will happen compared to the rest of us, right? And I also feel like if they are really right, then even if AGI ships in 2028, Like what is useful in a lab in San Francisco is very different from what you want to ship in Lagos next quarter, basically, right? I feel like the gaps are pretty enormous, and both things can be true, but only one of them is affecting your current reality. And if I'm gonna give any suggestion or advice, I will say that like don't bother about this debate. Like yeah, don't let it resolve. Don't let this just kind of like set your 18 months roadmap from now. I've had a lot of people ask me, Steven, AI is changing a lot of things. Should I stop learning? Should I don't know, should I start a farm? I consider starting a farm myself. Um, but initially, my advice is more like, yeah, just try to focus on what you know and try to know them really well. And maybe your reality will be very different from the projected realities by a lot of analysts and influencers. Okay, the second one is about how AI is going to take away all the jobs. And I think this film is very popular. Yeah, it's something that some of us have been having nightmares over. Same for me as well, you know. Even though I work on AI directly, I still feel like, oh my God, this thing is better than I am. So what's my purpose in life, basically, right? And you kind of just see this everywhere, you know, like influencers, even people not really working on AI, you know, say stuff about how AI is going to take away all the jobs and all of that. And in my head, I think it's true to some extent. A lot of jobs are changing, right? And so why is this on my hype list? I feel like job displacement is very real, you know, but it's slow, it's uneven, and it's largely unstructured. But this is not the first technology in the entire human history, you know, that would change the landscape of the kind of jobs we do, like really massively. For example, I remember there was a time, I was really small then, but I remember there was a time when we didn't really have automated teller machines. And we have cashiers at banks, you know, counting cash for you and all of that shit. Sorry, yeah. But, and then we get to that point now where, you know, you really go into banks, you know, to to withdraw cash. Maybe CBN set us back a couple of years with the old cashless policies of some few years back, but we've gotten to that stage where cash just gets phased out, you know, and now we have more jobs. There's another example that is not really uh, that's not really for the African space, but there was a time when horses and carriages were like the main form of movement, but then locomotives came into the picture, and then yeah, and we stop having horses, we stop having carriage riders, but it also means that new jobs sort of get created. And in my head, I feel like maybe the more important thing is not to worry about this, you know, maybe worry more about being able to adapt really fast and then worrying about the specific jobs in our current economy, right? Except you're maybe looking at the global average, then maybe it makes sense for you to care a little bit, but I would always say that, yeah, try to focus more on what you can change. And most of what you can change is mostly how fast you can adapt, how fast you can, you know, build on skills and all of that. Okay. The next one is about AI is an existential threat. All of us are going to die. You know, AI is going to become our master, and then, you know, we will be their slaves or something like that. And I mean, I think this is very real, mostly because some of us have watched movies like this. I remember watching Terminator as a kid, and maybe my parents' first impulse when I told them in detail what I work on is that, so you are building robots that are that might kill people, basically, you know. Yeah, so maybe that is real. A lot of people care about that, and I think this is a concept that I'm going to be very careful about, you know. I'm not going to tell you what to think about existential risk, right? A lot of people talk about this, but what I'm gonna say is that I think it's louder in our timeline than it deserves to be, you know. And then if you find this particular argument compelling, I would say that you should try to, like, you know, argue about them intellectually, like keep yourself grounded in facts and science and the sort of results that are available, you know, not some sci-fi bullshit. Sorry, yeah, not some sci-fi nonsense that, you know, that you see online and all of that. And in my head, the way I think about it is that our attention has a very limited span, you know. Attention itself is a finite resources, and it's probably better spent on stuff that we can actually control and stuff that we can actually move. Um, okay, so another part I've seen is that why bother at all when the AI frontier labs will solve all of this for us? And I think this is really wrong in some aspect. I get the perspective as well. You know, you have a cloud code now. I think you have all these models like being really good, and why try to reinvent? Like, what do we do exactly? Like, I mean, a lot of us, like even PhD folks right now, like we tend to have like existential crisis over this. Like, okay, what am I doing that is novel? I feel like if you're a researcher to some extent, you're really smart, and then you pride yourself on your ability to do stuff that very few people in the world are doing, right? But then when you have like an inanimate object, you know, like being able to do what you're doing at a much faster speed, I feel like it can be a little bit demoralizing. Um, and then when you have like a lot of frontiers with, you know, I think Claude Anthropic was valued at, was it like over $1 trillion what's the name? Valuation recently. And I think it's part of it, you know, the fact that they have more resources than you in Ibadan would have, you know, and you are doing stuff that you kind of feel like you feel you want to compete with them. And I feel like that can be a little bit demoralizing, you know, the fact that wherever in terms of talent, in terms of resources, you cannot really match these things, these people, these companies. And then maybe we should just leave everything for them. And I honestly feel like even that is kind of flawed, you know, because I think most of these frontier labs, you know, their roadmap is not necessarily your roadmap. The kind of problems they solve, it might not necessarily be the problems that you care about. And I try to, and you might feel like eventually, yeah, they get to that point, but I always feel like eventually is too big of a word to use, right? Um, and in my head, I like to think about it as, you know, you should just plan for stuff that are, you know, that are not necessarily the stuff that they care about the most. For example, problems that maybe are kind of like integral to your way of life or to your locality, to your ecosystem. And maybe Anthropic or OpenAI will not think about solving these kind of problems in the next couple of, I don't know, months or 1 or 2 years from now. Okay, so I think that's it about that. As I said earlier, none of this is going to change. None of this change what we should do this year or what we should do next year. It might change eventually and we will adapt, but I always feel like, you know, we probably shouldn't care too much about that. I mean, I stay in Pittsburgh and I'm surrounded by people that, you know, they argue a lot about AGI and all of that stuff. That's their hobby basically. And me, I just want to attend an O1 Bear and, you know, work during my free time, you know. Yeah, and I think maybe you should do the same. Try not to get involved in the whole AGI debates. It's just kind of like very useless. Okay, and I think this is probably more important for most of us, especially those of us that are building on a really large scale or you're kind of product thinking. Yeah. Um, yeah, so the first thing is that Africa needs to train its own foundational models to be sovereign. I've seen a lot of people talk about this at Indaba at a lot of conferences, and my opinion is that this is this is kind of like an effort that we don't need to care about. Yes, sovereignty is important. Data colonialism is real, and you don't want to depend on Western companies that I mean, right now I pay about $100 for for Claude Max like every month and all of that. So why not just build my own thing, right? Um, but I honestly feel like sovereignty does not live at the pretending layer for almost anyone. Yeah, it lives at the data layer, fine-tuning layer, evaluation layer, inference layer. And pre-training from scratch is kind of like a very wasteful endeavor. It has the lowest leverage, and you'll be better served by just taking a model and just fine tune on it basically. And also, when people talk about African sovereignty, I mean, this is a conversation that was very popular at the last Indaba in Kigali, and I think this is something that a lot of us have talked about at ML Collective as well. Like how do we think about sovereignty for the African space? And I think it's a stark question. It's not a pretending question. And maybe you shouldn't be thinking about, I don't know, training your own model from scratch and all of that. You should care about the layers that you feel like you have a high leverage in. I feel like maybe in our context, data has always been, the highest leverage or stack or layer to care about. But I feel others are really important, like inference, what I work on, evaluation, fine tuning. Yeah. So another claim is we need African GPUs and African compute, and I think this is real. This is a real constraint. I feel like this is a problem China would care about, you know, especially considering the their differences with the United States, for example, right? But this is not a problem that Nigeria should care about, you know, about having our own GPUs, having our own African compute, right? Um, yeah, because maybe long term, yes, maybe we can plan for that in the next 15 years. But I also feel like, you know, like maybe what we should care more about is like inference literacy, you know, like how do we use the GPUs that we already have access to efficiently? I think we had a similar situation at Thermal Collective where we had this compute grant and a lot of teams were just wasting compute and, you know, requesting for, I don't know, like $1,000 worth of compute, and then they waste it within a couple of weeks. And then I think one of us had to create a doc, like walking people how to manage compute effectively. And I think the same applies here. You know, like, yeah, you might decide to build an African GPU industry at some point, but yeah, it's kind of very useless. And then maybe teaching your team to, you know, run VLLM or SG or, you know, quantized models, so it would be like a more, a better ROI for effort, you know. Okay. So if we leverage open source, we can catch up to frontier labs. And I think I have a lot of problems with this. I've had people talk about how open source is the way forward, and it's true, yeah. But I feel like there is a gap. A gap exists between what frontier labs models could do and then what open source software could do. And another thing I like to say is that the model itself is just like a part of the entire stack, right? Yeah, like a lot of what Cloud does right now, you know, it's maybe Cloud Code, for example. Yeah, there are a lot of models getting spinned up, but I feel like the most important part is always more like, yeah, maybe like the orchestration, you know, the engineering, the software engineering side of things, you know, like MLOps side of things, you know. And that is not really a model problem. Uh, so in my head, I always feel like, yeah, maybe we should optimize more for like, you know, using open source models. And they are kind of enough for what we build, you know, and we don't have to really catch up to what they are able to do. Of course, a lot of papers from the African space tend to focus a lot on, yeah, we're able to beat, I don't know, GPT-5 by X percentage. And I think it's okay. It sounds good on paper, building these models on benchmark, but do I think this is what is most important in production? I don't necessarily think so. Another thing is that if we add bigger models, we're going to solve African language problems. And scale works. Yeah, scale solves a lot of things, but I also feel like this is wrong because scale doesn't solve data scarcity, eval scarcity, or representation gaps, you know. Like, so when you train a larger model on the same Yoruba data, you know, like maybe you get like, I don't know, 0.5 boost in performance, but you get a much bigger build that does not really like map clean into, you know, to the performance that you're getting. So I think the bottleneck is corpus and benchmarks. This has been a focus for a lot of us, for a lot of people in this space for a long time, you know, low resource NLP, creating more data sets and all of that. But I also feel like it's very easy for people to ignore that and just jump on the hype, you know, and ignoring the fact that data is very important, evaluation is very important for our current ecosystem. Yeah, and modeling is just like a very tiny cog in the entire stack. Okay, and then the final aspect is more on like technical methodology. And one thing I've had people talk about so much is that, yeah, small models trained from scratch are the answers for African use cases. And I totally get what people mean by that, you know, the fact that if you have a smaller model, then you need less resources to host it. And I feel like this was kind of part of what I started out studying in my PhD, but I mean, compression and, you know, how to just use small models to achieve, you know, small model, big God kind of vibe, yeah. But I think it's very different now, yeah, because I realized that distilling or fine-tuning an open weight 7B models will probably be better, you know, than just training a 1B model from scratch in terms of quality, in terms of time, in terms of cost and maintainability, right? And I feel like training from scratch might make you feel like, yeah, you are the owner of this, but you can be an owner when you don't even like pre-train from scratch yourself.
So always think of distillation, fine-tuning before reaching for pre-training. And this maps also to the next one about fine-tuning is the move. And I think this is very visible. You know, you get a bit of data, you fine-tune a model on that. And I think it doesn't really work that way. You know, like before you reach for fine-tuning, there are better strategies and techniques that you should think of. For example, just prompting. Prompt engineering is a superpower, you know, to get the best out of available models. And then also think of retrieval augmented generation, you know, and so always do prompt engineering first and then RAG before you consider fine tuning, because yeah, because it's just kind of like scales everything in order of cost and complexity. So fine tuning should be like a close to last resort. All right, and then the next is edge deployment is the future for Africa, and I believe this is something that a lot of people would disagree with me. In fact, the theme of this conference is very much aligned to edge deployment, right? And I totally get it. I mean, I like edge deployment focused work myself. Okay, yeah, but I think so far, like every single useful product I've seen so far, like in the African space, they tend to be server side. They actually ship on the server side, not on edge. I feel like doing stuff on edge, like putting stuff on Raspberry Pi, they make a lot of sense. On LinkedIn, you know, on papers and all of that. And they look really sexy, but and but they really make it to production basically. Usually they are too tiny to be really useful. And in my head, I feel like anything that you can do with edge deployments, you can probably do the same. I mean, for Africa, you could probably do the same. It could be useful as well in the outside of Africa, basically, wherever you're doing that is sensors based, that is yeah, mostly sensors based and all of that. Like if it's useful in Africa, it's probably useful outside of Africa as well. So I don't necessarily see it as a future for Africa. More like, yeah, let's start with server side first and then just move to edge when we have a specific reason. Okay, the last one is about calling OpenAI API and optimizing later. But I feel like this works. Yeah, just use a model that's already out there. But I also want to say that, yeah, that you just kind of shape your what's the name, your needs, your regulations, and all of that around the constraint of OpenAI. For example, there are a lot of us now that we cannot code once our cloud code rate limits kind of expired, and we are kind of useless. We cannot do anything again. I'm like that too now. Yeah. But yeah, so and I try to say that, yeah, like every single thing gets shaped by the assumption that inference is somebody else's problem, and we should never do that. Okay, so this is just everything I've been saying since morning. You know, what you should do. Like, don't care about AGI. AI is not going to take away all of our jobs. Yeah, it's pretty tiny, sorry. So I'm just gonna skip. And then I think maybe one thing that you could do that could be really useful would be maybe audit your entire serving stack. So if you're running inference and you're not using VLLM or SG yeah, you're throwing away a lot of productivity and, you know, resources for nothing. You know, stop reaching for fine tuning. Always quantize your model, you know. And then maybe other things you could do would be investing in evals before models, you know. Pick one stack ownership. You don't need to own the entire thing. Just pick a stack that resonates most with you and then, you know, focus on that. Okay, so I feel like uh, a closing quote I will leave with you is the fact that, you know, like, what all this debate about AGI, about what is relevant, or if AI gonna, you know, make us slaves and all of that, you know, while all these debates are going on, the people who own the inference stack will always be the ones stay standing. And I might be biased because I work directly on inference efficiency myself, but I think, you know, like, in the end, like your ability to own your inference stack will kind of, you know, be what set you apart at the end of things. Okay, great. One final thing I want to say is that we're still having conversations along this line at the main Indaba in PAO. I don't remember the full meaning of PAO, but Indaba is, oh, Pan Atlas. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's not a popular school. Yeah, so it's hard to remember. But yeah, so it's happening in August. ML Collective is hosting a workshop there, and part of our conversation on agentic AI is, you know, is focused on this as well, you know, what we get to own as Africans. All right, great. I think that's all. Thank you. If you have questions, I'll be walking around. Feel free to stop me anywhere. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for our awesome speaker. Let's put our hands together. Please, DJ, let's have some. We have been getting hot sessions so far. DJ, please play a small song. So I have a question for us, because we have an amazing sponsor in the house today. And this bag can go to anybody that is able to answer my question. And the bag actually is not for everybody. We curated and specialized English no come, but somebody's name is here. And if you're able to answer my question, you would take the bag. I have my own goodie bag. I think he also have his own. And I'm sure our sponsors also have some for you. When Dr. Adeniji was presenting, he mentioned some key things. And I want to ask us that a question out of what he has spoken, out of what he spoke about. And he's going to go for the first person to raise up their hand. I know how it works. You don't know the answer, but you raise up your hand while you're booting. That's not it. Maybe the person that will cite first will take it. So, first, what was the topic Dr. Adeni spoke on? Okay, I cited this person first. Okay, please, the mic. You say? Mike, give her mic so that we can hear what she's saying.
How to write a systematic paper, literature review paper, SLR paper.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Is it true?
Someone else wants to try.
Okay, let's hear from somebody else.
How to write a systematic literature review for researchers and academics.
One more person. One more. Okay, somebody is here. Just one more person. DJ, what's going on?
How to write a systematic literature review SLR paper.
More music on trendybeats.com.
Okay. Let's not get for our lady. I see. Come for a wonderful bag. While we are also calling our sponsor, FlyOx, as they come briefly. Afterwards, we move to our next session. Please don't go. We have awesome people for you. You are able to wait till the end of the session. FlyOx, are you ready for us? FlyOx.
Okay, just also add, the hackathon is going to end anytime soon. I hope you're already seeing the dashboard.
Don't mention also, if you are participating in the hackathon, one of the gifts we have for the winner of the hackathon is a free trip to Benin Republic for 5 days. Free trip. Don't leave code alone. Go and enjoy Benin Republic. Hotel paid, all expense paid trip to Benin Republic.
Yes.
Yes. If you win the hackathon, this party of blacks.
Now we appreciate them
together as they come up. Please come up, sir.
And just immediately after that, we have VSN for their own sponsor speech. So we'll go through that route. Move on. Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Why are we cold? Is it because we are talking about AI and everybody's just very serious? Everybody's very serious. Good afternoon, everybody. How are we all doing? Good afternoon from FlyOx. This is Okweoluwa, and we are very happy to be one of the sponsors for this year's Indaba. And first of all, I even want us to appreciate the organizers of this conference. Can we give them a round of applause, please, for this very beautiful conference? conference that they've put together. So in a minute, I'll just talk about what we do at FlyOx. And I want us to listen very well because I'll be asking a few questions and some people might be going with a few gifts from this talk. Thank you very much. So okay, no problem. Okay, so FlyOx, what we do, we sell local and international flights. We make sure that people enjoy themselves during their leisure time. You know, one thing that is very common in Nigeria is that thank you. One thing that is very common in Nigeria is that we all feel like traveling is very stressful. When we think about the stress of planning it, oh, you want to check for flights, you want to check for the location, oh, how are you going to contact suppliers that will take, or tour guides that will take you to these places? And you know, one thing is that FlyOx has actually breached this gap, and we have come up with these stores and are selling it out to people. You get, so let me just, okay. So our services, we sell flights, local and international flights, tour packages, group tours, vacation packages, cultural experiences, luxury gateways, and also we also do travel consultation. If you want to do like citizenship by investment, or you want to buy real estate outside the country, we also set up meetings for that with our partners that are outside the country. So I will just be taking us through the tours that we have on our site, on our website. We have 3 tours that we are selling currently. The first one is a full trip to Cotonou and Ouidah, and that's a 5-day trip that is going for 650,000 naira. Very cheap, Abi. Is it very cheap? So 650,000 naira, a very, very cozy experience. You're going to be visiting the Amazon statue, the Python temple, and a whole lot of places. You can get the details on our website, www.flyox.com. And this package comes with a shared apartment, transportation, breakfast, visa stamps for those that are looking to build their passports. That also, and also the tour sites that you're going to be visiting. And our second tour that is currently ongoing is our Kenya and Rwanda tour. Our Kenya and Rwanda tour is going for 1,654,900. I think that is way, way cheap for what you see outside on a normal day. So if you want to go for probably your honeymoon with your wives, or you want to go on a group trip with your friends, our Kenya and Rwanda trip is a perfect trip for you to plug into. You understand? So the experience, you are going to be visiting Nairobi's National Museum, the Giraffe Center, Kigali's Genocide Memorial, and all other places. And this package comes with accommodation, it comes with breakfast and lunch. It comes with the transportation within Kenya and Rwanda, and also tour guides. You understand? So our third tour is to Qatar, and our Qatar tour is going for 3,160,000 naira. You can find all these details on our website. You can find all these details on our website. The experience covers the National Museum of Qatar, Inland Sea, Doha Quest, Qatar Cultural Village, and so on and so forth. So these are all the things that you are going to be getting with the small money that we are charging you. You understand? This money is very small for you guys. You guys are very rich people. You understand? So this is the small money that we're charging you for this huge experience. I know a lot of us have traveled, and some of us are still looking at, building our passports or building our passports. And for those that are looking at building their passports, you can start with our Benin Republic tour, because it is actually within West Africa. It's actually within West Africa. And we also have other West African tours too that you can actually plug into, because they are, you don't need to stress for visa. Do you understand? So Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, and the rest. So what you just need to do is to go to our website, www.flyox.com, and book. So I would be, and one thing that we've also done to make this very, very interesting is that you have the liberty to pay at your own convenience. We have come up with the pay small plan for you to pay at your own convenience. So if you are going for our Kenya and Rwanda tour now, you are paying 650,000. Once you pay the first 50%, you can spread your payments till 1 week before the travel date. And this is very, very, very easy to do. I'll just show you how to go through that on our website. So the first thing is to go to our website, sign up on the website. Once you sign up, you go to the tour section, and you click on the tour that you actually want to book. So once you click on the tour section, you click on the payment option that you want. Do you want to pay small? Do you want to pay in full? Are you paying for 2 people? Are you paying for a group of people? So we have those options. And are you even paying more than 50%? So we have those options on our website. You can just go through that. And once you pay, you upload your receipts on the website, and one of our agents will reach out to you via mail. Very, very simple and direct. So you can get in touch with us via the website, as I've mentioned earlier, and you can also follow us on our Instagram page at Flyox Official. You can follow us on Facebook at Flyox, and I think that's all for the presentation. But one thing that I want us to understand is that travel is actually easy. Travel is very simple. Travel is very direct. You don't have to stress yourself to travel. You don't have to think about it too much. You don't have to think about it too much. This is why Flyox is here to help you. This is why Flyox is here to take away your stress. You understand? And I think that will be all from Flyox. Thank you very much. Okay, so I would love us to follow us on Instagram at flyox.com, and we have gifts for people that follow us on Instagram. We have gifts for people that follow us on Instagram from this conference. So if you follow us on Instagram, you would get a gift before you leave this place. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for DJ. Let's put our hands together for our sponsor. Let's put our hands together for our first hour. Okay, so we also want to have TSN. After TSN, we have this breakout room. We have one.
So pretty saying you love me. Really put it on me nicely. You're riding it, I'm sliding it. We're ready out to let's ride. I'ma spread them so widely. Baby, I can't die for me. She has to die for me. How's your body going? How's your house? Belly go down, not to south. Baby, I know fish out. How's your body going? How's your house? I'm on those screen, not to south. Oh, louder, oh, louder. Thank God, I'm in a fear. Yeah, my money and the smell like things. In a convoy every day, planting. Go back the month today, I can't sing. In the midnight with a reason. Realize you just like this, I think. I better quit to stop the teaser. If what they don't see, I'm not moved by what I see. I know who I be. I just want my peace to make money. I go get everything I need. In my own timing. Go need go down. Go need the send people deny. I don't shine. It's my life. Some designs, particularly they look so right. Some they don't buy. I don't and everything in between. Let's come together and work on this stuff. When we walk here, we are spending like it's not.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. My name is Cindy Shonton, and I'm a product designer. Are there product designers in the house today? Okay, great. Are there researchers? Let me see the hands of all the researchers. ML engineers? No ML engineer. Okay, great. All right, awesome. All right, so this afternoon, I'm going to be talking about something very important. We're going to be talking about something that most of you probably haven't seen firsthand. My topic for today is why your AI works in the lab and dies in the classroom, right? So what happens when your AI model meets real users in the field? So that gap between your lab tests and the adoption is exactly what I'm going to be showing us today. So let me give you a real moment from something that happened at my workplace. I was sitting next to a teacher, right? This person is an educator. She's experienced, she's respected in our school, and she teaches maths to secondary school students. And I gave her access to an AI lesson planning tool that I built. And she was just sitting down there looking at the screen for 3 full minutes. She didn't do anything. She didn't touch the keyboard. She didn't even interact with the platform. And I was just wondering, I was like, did I do something wrong? Or did I break something? Or is this design not fine? Or what's going on here? But after a while, I realized that she was afraid. She was afraid that she was going to break something. And this is a capable professional. She's someone that people respected in our school. She teaches 40 kids in the school every day, but she was paralyzed by uncertainty in front of a software. Me, lead product designer, she was paralyzed in front of a software I designed. And here is the thing, your model didn't fail. Your model didn't fail her. It was my interface. My interface did. And that's the problem I'm here to talk about today. So here is my argument for today. Most of you here in this room, you spend your time optimizing models, you are tuning up our parameters, you are even trying to squeeze out another percentage point of accuracy. Am I right? Am I right? But when AI fails in deployment, when you ship something and nobody uses it, it's almost never because your model wasn't good enough. It is because something broke in the interface. And between your model and the person trying to use it, something got broken. So you see that gap between your 95 or your 99% accurate model and a teacher that won't touch the interface is a design problem. It is not a model problem. And I've spent the last 3 years learning how to solve it, and I'm going to be sharing it with you today. So now let's look at some of the African deployment and why African deployment is different. So there are three constraints that come in play when we are looking at African deployment or the context around African deployment. The first one here is intermittent connectivity. And this is one that we already know. We know this. The second one is low-end devices. I know all of us know this, right? As Africans, using products for Africans, using products for the African user, intermittent connectivity, right? And low-end devices are constraints. But there is one constraint that a lot of researchers have not talked about. It is a constraint that most researchers miss today, and that is the user has no prior mental model for how AI works. The user doesn't have a prior mental model of how AI works, and we're going to be talking about it today. So let's think about it. When you deploy in the US or in Europe, right? The users in those countries, they are already using ChatGPT, right? They understand AI image generation. They know how to prompt. They know that when they ask questions, they know how the AI will give them answers, right? Am I correct? Right? That interaction is very familiar to them. It's a pattern that is familiar to them. But when we are looking at in Nigerian classrooms, right, this is brand new. These teachers have probably never, ever interacted with AI before. So they don't even have a reference point for what to expect. So when we are trying to design a model for a Nigerian, they don't think that, maybe something broke. They think that the issue is with them. And this is what changes everything about how you design the interface. And it is the constraints that nobody talks about. All right, I'm going to show us 3 specific design decisions that I made with actual outcomes that changed whether people can use your tool or will use your tool or not. My slide. Now, the first one is never force AI on anyone. That was the first decision I had to make. It was the single most important decision I made. And I wish these slides were on. Now, if this was on, you would see two buttons on the screen. There is one on the left. Please, I just want you to imagine with me, right? There is one button on the left. That button is a manual path. What it does is it allows the user to perform their actions manually. On the right is another button, which is the AI path. But most AI tools today don't do this. What they do is that they hide the manual option, or they make it smaller, or they even completely remove it. And when they do this thing, they are trying to justify and say, why would anybody even want to use manual process for anything? AI is faster. People need AI. There's no need to have the manual option. But that is the wrong question to even ask in the first place. The right question we should be asking is, how do I allow, or how do I let someone who doesn't trust this system yet accomplish what they came here to do? So when teachers opened my tool, they saw both paths. They saw the manual path and they saw the AI path. The AI path says faster, but the manual path says, okay, it was just there, right? It's familiar to them. They can rely on it. They can trust it. But the interesting thing about this is that the early adopters, which are the teachers, right? They clicked on AI immediately. But the cautious ones, the ones that are very, very careful, very skeptical, they chose the manual one. But what mattered here is that both users got their work done. The ones who are the early adapters, they use the AI option. The ones who are skeptical, they still had the manual option there, which is something that most AI tools today would never do. Now, over the next couple of weeks, I saw something interesting that happened. The manual user started trying the AI button. And it wasn't because I forced them to do it or because I marketed the AI functionality to them, but because they had proven to themselves that the system worked. They trusted it enough to experiment it. And within 2 weeks, you won't believe it, most of the teachers who started to use the manual option, they switched to the AI option. Although some of them still prefer the manual option, but they still add the AI option whenever they needed it. But think about it. If I had hidden the manual button because I'm trying to promote AI, those cautious teachers, those skeptical teachers, they would have left. And they were the ones who were the most influential in the school. Now, the second decision that I made is that it says make every every AI output fully editable. And this is quite obvious, right? But you'll be surprised how many AI tools today, they lock the outputs. They generate something for you and they're like, take it like that, accept it. You don't have any option to edit or to modify. But we went the opposite direction. So every lesson plan that was generated, every exam question that was generated, the teachers could edit it. They could change a word, they could delete a paragraph if they wanted to. So they had total control of whatever the AI was generating. And watching what happened next was so fascinating to me. 1 week later, or in the first week, teachers were editing almost everything that the AI produced. They didn't trust what the AI produced, so they were editing it heavily. They were probing it, they were making sure that it matched their teaching styles and their curriculum. But by week 5 and 6, the editing dropped. And this is not because we changed anything about the model or because we changed anything about the interface, but the teachers started to learn what the AI was good at and where they needed to intervene. So the editing reduced completely. And you see that cautious teachers, those cautious teachers before, they became some of the strongest advocates. And this is not because we convinced them at all or anything, but because the tool gave them control. They're able to edit, they're able to change the output, right? And they shaped the AI to fit their workflow. And the teachers that use this product or this feature now are over 18,000. So over 18,000 exam questions were generated by teachers since we launched this feature. And if those outputs weren't editable, that number would be 0 because they have the AI generated results, but they can't do anything about it. So that number would be 0 because they wouldn't trust it enough to use it. The third decision that I made here is design language for the least confident user. Design language for the least confident user. Now let's look at these two versions. Right? Please just use your imagination with me. At the top, you have before. Then below, you have after. So these are outputs generated by AI. In before, you can see something like your child demonstrates, a moment please. Your child demonstrates weakness in fractional arithmetic and requires additional pedagogy intervention. If you were a parent, you just came back from work and you logged onto your child's profile, right? And you see this kind of comments from AI, won't you start having headache? It's so vague, right? It's technically accurate, but it is completely useless to the person that is reading it. But below, which is the after, right, you see something like, here are 3 things you can do this week. 1, use food to show fractions. 2, practice 10 minutes 3 times per week. And 3, ask teachers for worksheets. 8. So these are concrete actions, right, that can be performed by the parents, by the user here. And the impact was so, okay. And the impact was so, okay. And the impact was so mind-blowing, you know, in all of this, the model did not change at all. The predictions didn't get better, but what's changed is the words. What's changed here is how the words were reframed. Okay. Okay. All right, great. All right, I want us to try something real quick. Can I get 2 volunteers to come join me on stage? Just 2 persons. Thank you. Can I get 2 persons, please, to come join me? Thank you. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Okay, great. So you can have this. Anyway, I'll just do. Okay. All right. So can we see these 2 cards here? Can we all see these 2 cards here? These 2 cards represent 2 components of every AI system you build, right? The model here is your algorithms. It's your training data, it's your accuracy metrics, right? Then you see the interface over there, that is your screen, the buttons, the language your user sees. Now, let me ask us a question. When your AI fails in deployment, whose card gets the blame? Whose card gets the blame? All of you will say model, I know. You will say model, but that is not correct, right? Great. So this is what we are actually designing for, trust. Trust. And most of us never put it in perspective, because whenever an AI model, AI deployment fails, it is always the interface, not the model, right? Because I mentioned earlier that there is a gap between the AI model and what your user sees. That gap in between is the design, the interface, right? So this is exactly what we are trying to design for, trust. And most of us never put it into perspective. So let's think about it. Okay, thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause? So now let's think about it. Let's think about it. Your model gets to a 94% accuracy. Great. But the interface gets you a 30% adoption or a 70% adoption or whatever. Which one matters more when your tool is sitting there unused? It is the design. So the design decision I got wrong. Not every decision I made worked. And I will show you the one that completely failed. One of it that completely failed was that I thought transparency was good. I know we always applaud accountability and transparency. I also thought the same. I thought transparency was good. So whenever AI generated something, right, it showed the confidence score for every lesson plan that it generated. So you will have the output of the lesson plan that was generated, and you will see 65% confidence, 91% confidence. Are we all aware of those kind of features? Yes, great. Now, and those confidence scores showed right there on the screen. And I think it sounds reasonable, right? It sounds reasonable, right? But here is what actually happened. And as humans, I think this is just normal human behavior, because the teachers developed a mental cutoff they developed a mental cutoff of 85% for every lesson plan that was generated by the AI. So anything that was less than 85% confidence score, they ignored it. It didn't even matter if the content of that lesson plan generated made sense or not, they weren't touching it. And so what I did was I removed the score completely. I just took it out, and then the adoption doubled. And why did this happen? Because the confidence score created a false sense of precision. The teachers didn't have the context to interpret what 78% confidence score meant. They just knew it sounded uncertain, and uncertainty kills the usage of the product or of the feature. And the lesson here is that sometimes transparency isn't always trust building. Sometimes it creates some form of hesitation for the user. So you have to be really careful about information that you surface and when. So here is 3 things that you can do immediately in your next deployment. I'm just going to breeze through this so that the first one is you have to watch people use your tool. Before you optimize for your accuracy, watch 3 real users try to accomplish a task. And while you are at it, just watch them. Just sit there and watch them. You'll be amazed. You will notice the pauses that those users make. And when you see a pause, that's uncertainty. Or when you see a user clicking the wrong thing, that's your visual hierarchy being off. Or if they just give up in between the test, it means that there will be a problem with your adoption, right? So your model design or your model decisions should be informed by watching real human behaviors, not by assuming how people think or how people will use your tool. The second thing that you can do is to build the manual workflow before you build the AI feature. So if you can't explain what the user does without AI, you cannot design the AI transition well. So what I mean by this is start manually, make the systems work, make sure the user can accomplish the tasks with 0 AI involvement. Then once you already have that, then you can now start to make it AI enabled, right? And this will guarantee that your model will fail, actually, because models fail, but your user won't get stuck. So don't make AI the only option, just make it a more better and more obvious option. Now, the third action that you can do is to design the output language before you design the model output format. And what I just simply mean by this is a lot of teams, they start backwards, right? They train the model first, they get the prediction, then they try to now translate the output into something that is human readable, yes. And that is how you end up with words like demonstrated, the pedagogy, fractional, arithmetic that you saw earlier. But I want us to do it the other way. Write the sentence your user needs to read, the actual sentence, then the one least confident user, when they see it, they'll be able to act on it. Even your least confident user will be able to understand what was being produced. So the words matter as much as the prediction that you are trying to build. So design the word first, then you can build the model after. Then do we remember the teacher from the beginning that froze during my user testing? Do you remember the teacher? Do you remember the teacher? She eventually unfroze and she clicked on the AI button. And she used that AI button to generate a week lesson plan. And the plans that she generated, she could edit it and she had full control over it. And 2 weeks later, she was teaching other teachers how to use the tool. So nothing changed. The only thing that changed here was just the interface. So this says the model is not the problem. The screen between the model and the person is. Thank you. So I've put together a checklist, right? This checklist has 3 questions that I ask myself before shipping any AI feature. It is free. You can scan the QR code here, download it, and use it for your next deployment. And if you are building AI for African users and you want to work or you want to talk to me to discuss your design decisions, you can scan the QR code to get my LinkedIn information and then reach out to me. And if anything that I've said earlier or during this talk resonates with you, please tag me and share it with me. I would love to see your perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together again for our speaker. You can do better, you can do better, you can do better. All right. Up next, we will be going to our breakout rooms and I will be giving the order of our breakout. As I've mentioned, we have interesting and awesome session. She called out two persons while she was talking. Who are those two persons? The two persons she called out. I will not ask you for that question. Just show your hand. One. Where is the second person? Ah, okay. Just meet me after the session. I owe you a gift. Yes. We will give you, we are generous enough. We'll give you a gift. We'll give you something. So we are having our breakout rooms. This is going to be the main room. There are two rooms. Just go out here. Just there. There are members of our team to tell you, to direct you very well. To direct you as to how to get there. So there are two rooms, room 1 and room 2. For our first breakout room, which is going to be in this main room, the session that will be going on here will be building AI-powered solution using no-code framework. Our speaker, Abiodun, is right here. She will be taking the session here. The second session that will be going side by side, because we call them parallel session, will be from model accuracy to business reliability. What it takes to deploy AI in Africa, it will be happening in room 1. You will see Solomon Ayodele seated there. And afterwards, the third session that will be going on parallel is going to be evaluating ASR in low resource setting. Honor Jesus Bazalel will be doing that. She is already in the room. Now, how does breakout session work? Probably you've not experienced any breakout session before. The breakout session is just for 30 minutes. It means that 3 sessions are happening at the same time. So any session that catch your fancy, you get to attend. I would read again the session and why the sessions are very important. The first session will be building AI-powered solution using no-code framework by Abiodun. Now, in this session, there will be it's a live session demo how to build AI solution. So if you have your system, you have your laptop, it's good that you learn how this thing works. Happening right here as the main stage, on the main stage. The second stage, the second room is from model accuracy to business reliability, what it takes to deploy AI in Nigeria by Solomon is already there waiting for you. And the third session is evaluating ASR in low resource setting by Honor Jesus Bazalel. And why we decided to make these sessions together is because we decided to mix both technical and non-technical sessions together so that if one is too technical for you, you can attend the second one that is not technical. So we can pick our bags. If you want to remain in this session for this session, you can stay back. But if you want to go for the 2 other sessions, the first breakout on model accuracy, check out room 1. The second session on building ASR in low resource setting, check out room 2. The session will run from 109 to 140. So it will be running from 109 to 135. Afterwards, we'll be having next session, which I would announce to us. We would rotate it. I think the next session that will be happening right here will be why African institutions struggle to adopt AI governance, trust and adoption by Grace Eyu Lawi. She's here. And if you are in room 1, the session that will be happening in that room 1 is casual inference, mind before data by Nasruddin. Is also there waiting to switch The third session will be happening afterwards, and that's in room 2. We'll announce it in that room. Thank you, and you can go for your session. Remember, our team members will be there to direct you and to tell you when the session is up and when other things need to happen. Thank you. Let's have Madam Abiodun for our session.
Other speakers, please, if there are other speakers which are around, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, if you are for this session, I want you to move forward and I want you to do something. Open your Google search and search for lovable.dev. This session is going to be practical. It's going to be practical. If you have your laptop, if you have your laptop, your phone, just open your Google search and search for lovable.dev. So my session is not actually another AI talk. This is practical, and it is no code. My session is practical, and it is for anyone, whether you know how to code or not. I can tell you even if you don't have any idea, as you join this session today, we are going to generate an idea that will be valuable to your community, your industry, your profession, your community generally. So we are going to work on something, and we are building at the end of this session. So I have 30 minutes. So can we please settle in? The topic again today is building AI-powered solution using no-code framework, Lovable. Yes, lovable.dev. Have you opened that? So let me quickly introduce myself. I'm Abiodun Emiola Alabi. You can search for me on LinkedIn. I have a background experience in human resource and also AI-powered solution. In 2023, ending of 2023, one of the things, I had a conversation with a mentee. She was talking to me about her fear about AI and all of that. And with all the conversation, I kept quiet for like 20 minutes. And after she poured her heart, I said something. I said, as we journey into 2024, that I'm going to be intentionally looking for problem. She paused and looked at me. I said, I will be intentionally looking for problem. And I said, this time is positive problem. I mean, positive problem in my environment. And that really have a shift in me. Instead of when others are focusing on, oh, I'm afraid AI is taking my job, I'm afraid he's doing this and all of that, I focus on looking for problems that I can solve with AI. And that gave me an edge. So I want to say something. I remember when the VC was talking this morning, he said AI is taking, artificial intelligence is taking job. But I want to submit to you today that it's actually creating jobs that many people are not even paying attention to. AI is taking job, is taking away job, is replacing people, roles. In fact, I remember 5 years ago, if I want to create ordinary flyer, I know how much I pay. But now I can sit just, 2 click, I'll get what I need. So it's replacing roles, creating jobs. But you need to have an eye that can look for problem around you and create solution. So today we will be talking about building. We are going to go to Lovable. What is Lovable? I have 30 minutes, so I must be very fast. I know. I'm moving fast to the ideation. Okay, sorry. So here we want to, this is a platform we are using. Lovable is a no-code platform. And you can sign up for free. So how many of us have used Lovable before now? Okay, 2, 3, okay, 4. Okay, great, awesome. Now, I've mentioned that you should open your Google search and search for Lovable Dev. How many of you have been able to do that? Lovable is on the screen. Lovable. It's very simple. Just search for it. So I want you to think of it as the normal, our, generous and well-known common chat GPT that we all know. Look at it in that form. But instead of looking at Lovable as your chat GPT, look at it as a platform that allow you to speak your language, a simple language without coding, and it will build you instantly an MVP of any product you want to build. So, and we're going to try that now. So in 3 forms, this is what we're going to do. Have you been able to sign up to your Lovable app? Anyone that has been able to sign up? It's very simple to sign up. Thank you. Okay, second. Who again? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we have like 6 people. Please, I want you to work with me. And let me say this simple platform that we want to exploit today can give you a lot, or can give you new roles in your profession. And it can also help you to have side gig. So in 3 forms, you are going to be describing to the platform the type of solution or product you want to build. And secondly, it will go live and you will have a screenshot of it. So today we are going to be building live. And as we build live, when you open your Lovable app now, you should be able to see something like this. Build something lovable. In case you are still looking for it, can you see my screen? So you should be able to see this in your interface now. Okay, so, sorry, okay. Now, so how to generate ideas? This, I'm going to discuss something with you. Okay, so for me, I have created solutions on Lovable. So since that 2023 conversation, I've been able to generate, build products. I built Miss Flow, Career Lens, and all of that. I also build for clients and also teach people on how to build. Since that conversation of 2023, since that conversation, it has shifted my mind from, AI will build or will replace my job. No. I've been able to build solution that support hiring, recruitment, instead of, opening one CV. I want to sort out 100 CV. I don't spend 3 days, 5 days on it again because of that conversation. So on this session, I want you to have a mind shift from AI is going to take away my job to I'm building with AI. So to generate your ideas, I want you to look at something. Is there anything in your environment that annoys you? That you look at it that's in your industry. Why are we doing this way? Can we solve this? Can we look for a problem, a way to solve this problem? Just think as we are talking now, think about it. And let me also mention, I'm a member of Women in AI Nigeria, and Dr. Shakinat Falorusho, she's our lead country manager. We've talked about this. There is a doctor here, she built something fantastic on how to solve water problem in a where we can use AI to match skills. You know, in the olden days, we are in the idea generation, so I need to talk about it. In the olden days, if you want to buy something, you don't exchange with money, right? You exchange with product to product. So if you're a student now, and it's a project that we really want almost every student in different school to build for your school. Number one, it will help you to exchange skills without money. Marketplace for students in your school. You will exchange skill without money, and you will be able to have gig side also.
So just few seconds break. The session we are having now is a very, very important session, and it has a lot of opportunities for us as a community, even as individual. And to make this session work, I want to indulge everyone. You can take a picture of yourself in this hall. You can take a picture of yourself with the slides. Take a picture of the speaker. And while you are posting, you have a few hashtags that you can use. The first hashtag is IndabaX AI Builders. We'll drop this on the IndabaX community. IndabaX AI Builders. You can put IndabaX Nigerian Builds. You can put I Lovable NG, I Lovable NG, and Lovable 26. Why we are doing this because we want us to be findable by Lovable, right? And once we are findable, there's possibilities that we could get a lot of compute resource that could be available for our community. So please, this is a very, very important session for us. Do your picture, do your hashtag, I Lovable NG, Lovable 2026, IndabaX 2026, IndabaX Nigerian Builds, and IndabaX AI Builders. Thank you very much.
So for your ideas, think of that, okay, this same idea that I just shared now for a student, you will be able to build portfolio from it. And let me also say this, the future of work is not just certificate alone now, it is skill-based. So if you can build a platform for your school, and it is a marketplace where you can exchange, skill to skill. I need a video creator and I'm a ghostwriter. We can exchange our gifts, our skills for a service without money. And the one that can pay money, you can get it within your school. You don't need to go to Upwork to be paying in dollars to get the same thing. Every school in Nigeria should have this. Every schools, every higher institution in Nigeria should have this right now. So just think about something in your department. I just mentioned something about human resource now, about hiring, right? Think about something in your finance department. Maybe you are in accounting. Just think about something right now. So what are the things that you do manually? You think that AI should be able to take place? Think about it, because that is the next thing we are going to have now. So use your industry problem to generate idea. Think about your industry. So look at the process that has been outdated in your industry that you can use. Okay, so for students, I think I've mentioned that you can create registration, you can solve registration problem with your app. You can study challenges, think about it, accommodation problem, issues in your campus, or assignment, assignments organization. You can do a lot of things with your lovable products. So build around things that you dislike. Yes, like me, I just mentioned that it takes a whole lot. You want to recruit, let's say you want to recruit 20 candidates for a job. And when you will get the CV you will get, you can even get 1,000, and you just need 20 people. Imagine, and you need to go through each of them, which one is skillful, and not all of that. So just think something you dislike. I need to solve this problem. So you are thinking of that, and you will be able to build well. Another way to generate your ideas, observe what people constantly ask you. What are the questions they come to you? You're a lecturer, they come to you. I don't understand this. Another thing I built is chatbots. I created chatbot that people, when you go through onboarding in any organization, you should not be coming to HR department every day. What is this all about? What is that all about? You should be able to get self-service 24 hours in your house or anywhere you are. You need maybe you just need a solution. You should not come to us, right? You can think about that. What are the people coming? So I'm taking you around of the way you can generate ideas. So find your product idea right now. I want to believe you have your product idea. So let me know who has been able to generate any idea now. Anyone that I've been talking about different ways you can generate ideas, because we are going to Lovable platform now. Do you have an idea? Okay, you have one. Okay, you have anyone with any idea to generate now? Okay, next is open your Lovable platform, lovable.dev. So how to build the app is very simple. Write a prompt. So you will use your plain English to describe what you want. Use a plain English to describe what you want. You don't know how to code, right? Myself, I don't know how to code. Just use a plain English. AI will generate it and refine it. But I have an hack that I use. So instead of putting all my words into Lovable, right? I use any generative AI tools of my choice. So I can use ChatGPT and say, okay, ChatGPT, I want you to act as a product designer on no-code platform like Lovable. And I want you to give me prompts to generate these ideas. Now, general ideas that you can, prompts that you can use, you can say, make an app for me. It will confuse Lovable. It will confuse Lovable. But if you write, I want you to build a task manager web app with a sidebar navigation, user login, and a card style task. It will give detailed information on what you want for Lovable to build. So I'm just giving you this example so that you can, so you need to be specific on whatever you want to build today. Be specific. List every key features you need. List every key features you need. Now, because you are not a product designer to build, that is why I want to encourage you now. Go to your ChatGPT, write, I want you to act as an experienced product manager on Lovable, right? Act as a product, an experienced one, not just as a product experienced one, because you are giving your ChatGPT a role to play. And I want to create, I don't know what you want to create. So go ahead and tell. So I have one here. I have an example here. If you can read it, create a custom AI-powered students freelance marketplace called Skill Bridge Campus. This is for me. So you have your own problem you want to create and solve. So this is what I just have here. So you can use this framework to create your prompts. Use this to create your prompt now. And I mentioned that my platform, I want it to create, to be able to solve this problem. Students should be able to offer service. Students should be able to exchange skills, find gigs, and collaborate and build portfolios. And the features I want there, so I want you to do the same thing. The features I want there is student profile, service marketplace, AI skill matching, internship board, chat system, rating and reviews, and all of that. And for the design, I mentioned that I want my design to be modern startup UI. So you have that. If you put this on your ChatGPT, it will give you exact prompts. Instead of you talking directly to Lovable, it will give you exact prompts, and you will be able to generate something. So I want to, by now you should be able to have your prompts. Anyone that has been able to generate any prompts? Have you been able to generate any prompts? So for me, I just have this here. If for the student, you can just write the name of your school so that it will give you a personalized name instead of Skill Bridge Campus. So anyone that has been able to generate prompts, okay, thank you. Okay, 2. I'm waiting. We have 30 minutes and we are building here today. 3. Okay, so please don't forget the hashtag and the online one. You are not doing that. Let me mention that you are not doing that for the community alone. You're actually doing that for you, because the Lovable can identify you. That lady that I mentioned that she built something for NYC, right? She has been recognized by Lovable. So you don't know what you will build today, and you will post it there, and you will get recognized. Don't just build. So don't just build today. Build, and the visibility, that's what you just want to have for free. We have sent an email to Lovable that we are doing this today, and let them see the results that we are actually building. And we are not just building, we are building with a solution. So we have 3 or 4 people with their prompts ready. Any other person? So are you okay? Let's move forward. So now, by now, I want you to paste the same prompt you have generated, paste it there, and let's see your results. In fact, don't forget that you can mention that mention the color you want. You can mention the color of whatever you want. I want the color to be green and this and all of that. So anyone that has been able to build something, and if you have issue, you can just let me know. So while you are building, let me quickly mention one of the solutions that I've been able to build from Lovable app. I built a solution called Career Lens AI, and is a career intelligence and employability platform for both undergraduates, fresh graduates, and experienced professionals using the same platform. Using the same platform. So, and it is, okay. So by now, I believe you should have your first app ready by now, yes. You look at me that, oh, it's so quick, very simple. You just need your heart to be there. So I need someone to tell me that my app is ready. And give me the name of your app. Just tell me the name of your app. I'm going to personally repost it on LinkedIn. Yes, if you post it on LinkedIn and you tag me, I'm going to repost it, don't worry. Anyone with anything, build your first app. By now, I've mentioned you can see, open your lovable.dev on your laptop, phone, create a free account. It takes you just 30 seconds to create that account. Paste the prompt that I showed or your own. Watch Lovable, build it for you in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes. Anyone that has been able to create something, if you have issue, you can. This session is not question and answer. It's for you to tell me, I'm in so stage, I need help, and I'm going to. Anyone building, you are still building. Okay, maybe it's a network. Okay. Okay, let me know how many people that has been able to sign up. Okay. Oh, good numbers. Okay. So you've been able to sign up. Have you been able to generate your prompts? Because that is what is going to use to create something. Have you been able to generate prompts? So let me know the idea you are trying to build on. What's the name? I'm trying to look at them. Okay.
All right. Is it morning or afternoon? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I work as a faculty officer for fun, right? And so I want Lovable. I just wrote it in ChatGPT that I want to create an app in Lovable, the local platform, as you said. The problem is that I want to be able to drop an Excel sheet that contains the email of students and their score for each subject. I want the app to be professional so that when students enter their email, they can see their results that are available. Please do give me the prompt. That's what I put in ChatGPT.
So do you have the prompt now?
It's not giving me the prompt. It's just giving me
Oh, great. Any other person? You are building.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I'm building a networking hub where deep learning in Daba participants can come in and we can have like to network with ourselves. So the goal is there might not be time for us to reach out to everybody, like we might not be privileged to reach out to ourselves, but once we post that demo, then you can connect with someone, getting to have their LinkedIn page and things like that. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel. I'm trying to build a hub, or I already built a hub that try to connect people commuting to work, especially in Lagos, because you commuting to work has always been difficult. So finding a ride to work also or a problem. So I'm trying to connect drivers to those commuting to work, especially in the same vicinity, trying to connect them together so that it can be like, okay, I'm going to work, I work at VI, and there's another person in that area that also work at VI, but doesn't have a car. So it's going to connect with the driver so they get to work. Very easy.
Any other person? Are you building? Okay, you're building.
So this one is based on LinkedIn, where people like unnecessarily put different titles to their CV, like say, oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. So you impute your CV into the app, then the app will like roast you based on like how jargons your CV is or how good it is, then to give you a honest business card afterwards of what you should correct.
So I like the fact that we are thinking about our communities in the products we are building.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ngozi Ugbe. I'm a third year computer science student of Olabisi Onabanjo University. So I'm trying to build an app, a tech university hub app for students to discover internship, hackathons, scholarship, because I noticed that students most times they are not aware of things like this. So I'm trying to build an app that will also set reminders for them that, oh, this scholarship is about to end, your hackathon is about to end in some minutes, in some days. So that's the app I'm trying to build. Thank you.
Awesome. So I think we've been able to have like
Okay, so all right, so I built an app that would just help like a lecturer prepare a lecture slide and set exam questions. So I went to ChatGPT and I put in the prompt that I need a prompt for that. So it generated this very long prompt. So I just pasted it at the Lovable and I think it has generated something here.
Hello, with everybody for help. I did just shake belly. But it's something tell. Bello, deliver like I get bello. Them say I dey go sell out. Them say I dey go sell out. It's been too fortunate. I go make you your dada. Say you get the power. With the passing, I'm gonna get to the kagawa. It's to this in love hour. But them falling like that. You know I stop big girl taking. Only reason why them they call me alone. While you be fin, I'm still leading, kill anything. I know fitness. You know go fit in my shoes. I fashion be me shoes. And I sleep someday, you have to come up. It's me, you for now. I go make you go dada. There you get me back. Another banger. I did fuck on now when I said you, but you not really know. I went my dash is supposed no one superstar go. Inside my heart, I did love her for my face, you know the show. Step on the floor, waiting you got it for your master, baby. You go logo. It's gonna get feeling my account, baby. I go. Baby, you too correct, oh, you too correct, oh, you too correct, oh. You dey bust my head, oh, this thing I feel like don't to let go. Baby, no finesse, oh, no finesse, oh, no finesse, oh. Baby, you just the vex, so they make my things stand direct, oh. Cause her name na Escota. Now she just won't come and make us. Now just be like Budosa. Budosa. I just say I no go regret them. I tell her they when club don't close me, leave me your body enter. If this one a true love, if this one a fake love, I don't know. But anything wake up. Let's una know for my next song. I did fuck on now when I said you, but you not really know. I wear my dash is supposed no one superstar go. Inside my heart, I did love her for my face, you know the show. You carry my attention when I see you step on the floor. Wait till you carry fire outside, baby. You go look. This kind of girl, big lemon, baby. I go look. Querendo, oh yeah, bossy fanga. I go like to give you some that. Carry you come carry goroso. In my money so plus and I go damn you a good box you. I get a driving license, and I go drive you crazy. Come to my then I'll be a woman. I'm very willing, I'm ready to be your dad. You take me places I've never
I know
been
this
before.
going around
This
now,
love
I
is
noticed something that many of you have exhausted your credit for today. So now that is why I said use ChatGPT. When you use ChatGPT, also tell ChatGPT that you want to, it should give you prompts that will help you to save your credit on Lovable. That is another arc. Yes. It will do is it will break down the prompts. That's number one. Two, the prompt will not be too long. So with that, you will be able to maximize your 30 credits. Another thing that you will enjoy is that every day, Lovable will be giving you 5 credits that you can use to continue to upgrade whatever you built today. And I want to say this, whatever you think you have built now, that is not the end. You continue to build. That is when you see OPay, whatever you see on OPay today, that's not what they started with, right? So same thing with whatever you are built today. Continue. Tomorrow you go there again, you build, right? So next tomorrow, every day, go there, but have a roadmap of whatever you want. If just have it in mind, and every day you continue to build. Just one person, and
trendybeats.com.
She said, you be my man, and then I'll be your woman. I'm very willing, I'm ready to be your dad. You take me places I've never been before. This love is crazy, shit, you want testing me down. So I said, anything you want, I go do. Say a lot to me tomorrow. Tell me what the letters want, bro. I did. They don't get password to the Wi-Fi. I just want to know how I like now. So you're gonna
I need to mention this. Whatever you have built today, by the time you are done building it and it is that you launch it to the public, right? You can also transfer it to Google Store. Yes, I think Google Store is $25 once payment. Once you have that, you transfer it to Google Store. With that, you have your app on Google Store. Yes. It's $25 for the one. It's just a once payment for Google Store, right?
My dear ones, I do all like you. So I said, anything you want, I go go. Say a lot to me tomorrow. Tell me what the letters gonna go. My dear, don't get so to the world.
Please, if you have any thing I want to also mention is that one of our community members built something, use the same lovable app to build AI, to build a website for our amusement park in Ogbomoso with videos and everything. So you leverage on this opportunity and build something for your community. I hope to see many of our whatever we are built on. Okay, so she just built something, a personal website as a lecturer. So you can have your personal website. And okay, Dr. Giwa.
Hello, my name is Giwa Hora from Olabisola University. I use the Lovable app to build a skin cancer detection. So if you have any photograph of any cancer, you can put it there and it will detect whether the person is having cancer or not.
Can you say that you can use your experience, you're a medical doctor, whatever you are, you can use it to build a solution to to your community. Thank you so much for having me.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Grace Eyolawi, and I'm excited to be I'll be taking the next session, and the topic of the next session is why many African institutions fail to adopt or struggle to adopt AI. So we're going to be talking about governance. There are three keywords I'm going to be looking into today. So we're going to be talking about governance, trust, and adoption gap. So I'm just going to maybe do maybe just to call us out a bit. Do we have any policy enthusiasts? if you are like an AI policy enthusiast in the room, can you just wave your hands? Oh, nice. So we'll be talking about policy. And of course, we're going to really need the participation of technologists, researchers as well, because it's good for us to work hand in hand. So quickly, we're going to be looking at 3 keywords, just like I mentioned. And I'm so happy that, this particular gathering is, of course, one of like the most important AI gatherings, right, on the continent. And it really tells us that we are gradually making progress. And of course, I want us to start with something. As a continent, we have about 54 countries in Africa. And of course, the AI revolution is already happening globally. Yeah. And we have acts. For example, I'm very sure most of us would have been, if you are into governance, or even if you're like a technologist or a researcher, you've heard about the EU AI Act. You've heard about the African Union. You also heard about maybe Nigeria also developing the national AI intelligence, strategy. We also have, different countries who are.
Sorry to interrupt. So there are 3 sessions going on parallel now. Here we have so that we can all be carried along. I should have done that, before she came up. So yes, so there are 3 sessions currently going on. The first session happening in this room is why African institutions struggle to adopt AI, governance, trust, and the adoption gap. The second session that is going on in room 1 is causal inference. So causal inference, mind before data. Causal inference, mind before data. And the third session that is going on is advanced neural network. So advanced neural network is happening in room 2. Causal inference happening in room 1, and governance is happening here in the main hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so like I was saying, Africa has about 54 countries, and we've been seeing much progress, yeah? So we have many countries, of course, Nigeria. So Nigeria has already developed like the national AI strategy. We also have Ethiopia, Morocco, who have also developed their policies and their strategies. And one thing is that up to date, there is still no global binding framework for AI. And even on a continent scale, we don't have like a binding framework. And this is like, governance is like still an uncharted, territory that as individuals or as policymakers that we can still catch up on. When it comes to like the technical aspects, or when it comes to like, technology, on that note, you would notice that, of course, Africans, Africa is not catching up, but still on the governance landscape, we can still catch up. There is still like a long way to go. So it means that there is room for us as researchers, African voices, institutions to shape the rules, right, before they become fixed. So some of the key points I'm going to be elaborating upon that would kind of, tell us why adoption is low in Africa. Number 1 is like on the screen, according to UNESCO, can we have like a sort of decorum, please? Decorum. Thank you. Okay, so on the screen, according to UNESCO 2024, you can see that 38% of African organizations cite lack of AI governance frameworks as the primary barrier to adoption. So you can see that it's more like a policy issue, it's more like a policy problem. So the hesitation sometimes for organizations to adopt AI in their institutions is tied to issues like, data sovereignty, data governance. I don't, as an individual, at some point you might have had issues, with trust regarding AI. You don't know how your AI is being stored, how your AI is being collected, or how it is processed. So at the same time, AI adoption in African institutions is also constrained by structural realities. For example, we have the issue of electricity. We also have, network connectivity issues. For example, I remember when the speaker was on stage and she was trying to inquire, she was asking us for feedback. Have you built something? And someone was saying, okay, it's a bit slow. That's one of the issues that we experience on the African continent, especially Nigeria. And another thing also is that digitization costs. Most of our public institutions, don't let us even talk about private institutions, are still working manually. Let's even talk about digital transformation, not to talk about AI or the integration of AI itself. What about digital transformation? Most of our public institutions are still struggling to catch up with, just basic tasks. Some of them are still at the level of taking a picture to scan, where we talk about, higher tasks like what AI is capable of doing. And another thing also is some African institutions are also struggling because of financial constraints. I'm very sure some of these AI tools that we are using they depend on very expensive infrastructure. And I do believe that you also agree with me. For example, now I know some of us have already said, we noticed that for Lovable at the moment, you've noticed that, it has limits, it has credits. Even for Anthropic's Claude AI, if you use that, you also know it also has limits on how much you can do with it. I think maybe the least tool that you can manage, maybe achieve some things with on a regular basis without limitations will be ChatGPT. But at the same time, they don't give you access to certain models. So it also calls for financial, constraints. Some institutions might not be able to adopt that because of financial constraints. And another thing is also because, most institutions don't really trust some of like these foreign models. And I'm just going to give an example, like just a regular example. For example, let's talk about AI. Let's just talk about normal social businesses. You know that many businesses on, Meta's Instagram, for example, if you are very active on Instagram, you would have noticed recently that most businesses are complaining about suspensions. And when it comes to like a pathway to resolve or to, get to just remove the suspension, it's very unclear. You notice some businesses coming online to complain, for example, on X, saying, who knows somebody in Meta that can advise, that can help, but they don't have like a very clear pathway. So because of this, it's really an essential issue, meaning, am I sure I want to be heavily dependent as an institution on external AI-driven systems? And of course, another thing here also is that Africa is home to about 17% of the world's population, and we produce, as at 2024, research, into 2024, we produce about 2% of global AI research. And it means that, most of the solutions that we see today, I'm very sure a lot of us follow Anthropic on social media. You see that they are regularly churning out products. They are regularly turning out features that can sometimes, we always complain that it's going to take away my job and all of that. But the thing is that most of these institutions are backed by a very solid research team. And as a nation or as a continent, we have to take research very seriously. I'm very sure some of us also followed the Artemis crew mission, trip to the moon. You will see that these nations are heavily invested in research and they are preparing for the future. So in terms of research funding, I don't know if anyone also saw recently that the presidency of Nigeria unveiled a $500 million annual research fund to drive Nigeria's knowledge economy. If you saw the news, can you just indicate? If you saw that news on X or social media, okay. So they made a commitment, to give about $500 million. But the issue is a great news for researchers, right, and organizations and institutions involved in the knowledge economy. But the most important thing is how to translate this to how to implement it effectively, such that it reaches like the grassroots level. It makes a lot of sense that, we're announcing that on like a national level, but what about the grassroots level? So when it comes to like the African landscape, we see that, of course, the Africa's AI startup ecosystem is always booming. We have a lot of brilliant minds. But at the same time, we are not able to sustain them. I mean, a particular fintech recently shut down because of constraints like market distribution and also financial constraints. So the issue is not just, the talent. We have talented people who are doing, amazing things, right, on the African landscape. But at the same time, some of like these structural barriers, such as infrastructure, electricity, are injuring them. And another thing I also want to also address is that many institutions are also struggling to adopt AI because we don't have clear frameworks. But at the same time, early in 2026, the Oxford Insights Government AI Readiness Index identified countries like Egypt, Kenya, South Africa, Mauritius, and Nigeria among the strong performance in AI readiness across the continent, which is exciting. But at the same time, I'm also very curious about how we are seeing the adoption of AI at the grassroots level. And another thing also in terms of governance deficits that I also want us to see here is fragmented policy. Now we have different policies, we have different strategies across different countries. But at the same time, most of these policies are just being, they're just on paper. We don't really have a good accountability or monitoring system or mechanism to track them. And even if these policies exist, another thing that we should also understand is that at the end of the day, policies are meant to serve people. But most of the people who will be benefiting or who will even be using some of these AI systems are not trained. So is there proper training for some of our workforce? Our public workforce? We can see some private organizations who are also ensuring AI readiness in their institutions. But what about like the public workforce? The people who will be using these systems are not trained to evaluate, they're not even aware or even trained to govern AI systems. And another key issue is also compliance. Compliance is a very important topic where we ideate the policies, we come up with the strategies. Okay, why we even implement some of like these plans? What about compliance? Do we have like an agency that is holding, these AI systems, these companies, holding them accountable? I'm very sure most of us learned about the Grok, that is XAI. The Grok violation early on, how it generated deepfake images, of young
we have for startups, we have for practitioners, we even have communities for hubs and what? And our partners. All right, please can you move to the next slide? Now, speaking to our communities, here in this program, in this conference, we have a lot of our community members from different campuses. I know that we have OOU here, we have OAU, we have UI, we have Ibadan City community, we have my person. What other community do you have here that I've not mentioned? So, yeah, we have EXU. Yes, so we have Futmina. Yeah, I've mentioned OAU now. Okay, so we have a lot of community members here, and then you can always be part of our community member, especially we have a lot of Ibadan, residents here. You need to be part of our community in Ibadan. Please, that's Toby Noba. Please, can you just hold up your hand? So that if you are in Ibadan and you are not part of the DSL community, you need to join, and you can always see how to be part of the community. So this is our annual calendar to know more about what we do for the year, all our trainings, program. You can just scan this barcode and then you have access to our annual calendar. Now, this is our DSL knowledge box with over 25,000 learning content. So it captures all kind of proficiency, specialization. It contains data sets, research papers, videos, recordings from different conferences. So there are a lot of content here. By just scanning this barcode or using this link, you just have access to that repository of learning content. Now, I'm speaking to now the DSN AI Bootcamp. The DSN AI Bootcamp is an all-expense-paid AI bootcamp that covers your accommodation, transportation, feeding. We select the best of the best across the nation, and then we invite experts from across the world, to take this session. It's always a very interesting moment. We have a lot of alumni from the DSN Bootcamp seated here. Now, so I would like to introduce you to our community. This is Joe Spatial community. From the name Joe Spatial, hello, please. Before I continue, I came with some gifts. And then it's based on my presentation that the gifts will be shared. All right. Okay, good. So we have the TSN Joe Spatial community. So if you want to be part of the community, you just need to scan this barcode and then you'll be part of the community. Now moving to the next one now. Okay, I think, have you missed the ladies in AI community? It's very important to move up. Let me see if I've missed the lead. It's not there. All right, good. All right. Okay, so let me just move to the community benefits. So by being a member of the Data Science Nigeria, you have access to all of these benefits. You have access to knowledge. Different learning content. I've mentioned the knowledge box, different trainings, the AI bootcamp, mentorship session. Also certification to our community members that are very active. We also have opportunity to be supported on your research, access to LMS, depending on the programs that we're currently running. Also job and referrals. This is also what we do at Data Science Nigeria. We make sure Let me read it. Let me read it. I should read it, right? Okay, he said, before joining DSN Futa, I was just a regular tech enthusiast, learning machine from random online tutorials without redirection. But becoming part of DSN community gave me clarity, a sense of structure, purpose, and a clear path to grow in AI. Now, let's move to the next paragraph. Attending the DSN AI Bootcamp 2024 was the real breakthrough. The speakers, mentors, and even the participants opened my mind to what was possible. It was at the boot camp that I finally understood how to approach learning strategically, especially in the field of large language model. Now, this is the story. Now, let's go to the impact. Now, right after the boot camps, I redesigned my learning roadmap and committed fully to LLMs, a decision that later led me to securing my first AI job in January 2025. This guy came for our bootcamp 2024, October, and got a job 2025 January. DSN didn't just teach me AI. It gave me direction, confidence, and the momentum that shaped my career. Are we excited at this kind of testimonials? Are we excited? Good. All right. So let's move to the next one. Oh, she's even here in the conference. DSN strengthened my technical skill, boosted my confidence, and helped me build practical projects that demonstrated my ability. It also expanded my network and prepared me to present myself professionally, all of which contributed to securing a role at NION. Okay, good. So these are kinds of testimonies, impacts that we make. We have lots and lots of testimonies and impacts. This is very recent. And then we want everyone here to also share their impact. We want you to be part of the community if you are not part, so that you can also you can also enjoy the benefits that we give in the community, and also you can also share your impact story. Now, this leads me to the next slide. Can you move to the next slide? I'm not sharing any testimony again. Please just move on. Okay, good. Okay, good. Please, what can you see on the screen? What can you see on the screen? DSN and 10 impact story. Let us celebrate together. So this year, DSN will be 10. And then we are creating impact stories from community members. We want you to share your story, what DSN has done, to contribute to your success as a machine learning engineer, AI engineer, in any capacity that DSN has contributed. And that's why we want you to share your story. Now, there's a barcode there. Can you see the barcode? Yeah, there's a barcode or the link. So we have some gifts, and these gifts will be given to the first 20 persons that shared their impact story. First 20 persons that shared their impact story. So are we good to go? Are you ready? Hello? Hello? Okay, good. So we want you to share your impact story, and we have some gifts for the first 20 persons to share their impact story. Please just scan that barcode and then share your impact story. We have access to the back end. Immediately we get it, just give you your gifts. That's just it. So it's automatic. It's automatic. You get want to share again? All right. Want to share again? Okay, want to share again, you can share again. Probably another one. Probably before you got a job opportunity, but now internship and all of those. So you can share it. Also, you can share it with your community members that are not here, and they can also win. Yes, you just give it to them. Are you getting it? So community ambassadors, please, you can share it, drop it on your group. Let your community member also work on it. Just the first 20, just come and meet me. I'm going to just acknowledge it. Oh, this is the first person, second person, third person, and then you get your gift. You give it to them. All right, I think that is all. Okay, good now. Okay.
Are they done?
To meet many of us at Deep Learning Indaba 2026. But that said, I'm going to invite Nasiruddin. Nasiruddin is going to give us an idea of what the problem of the hackathon is. So please quickly look at that. And after then, I'm going to come to show us the winner of this year hackathon. Then I'm going to invite our sponsor. Like we mentioned, the hackathon winner this year is going to have a 5-day fully sponsored trip to Benin Republic. If you want to clap, clap. Oh. Clap now. So the sponsor is going to come and explain what that means so that everybody is very clear about it. So that means, please, shall we welcome Nasiruddin, who is our hackathon lead, to explain what the hackathon is about. Then I'll come back to announce the winners. Please can we welcome Nasiruddin to give us the detail. So we announce them. I'll come and announce them. But we can give them a package.
Good afternoon, everyone. So for this year, IndabaX Nigeria 2026, so we are able to host an hackathon. And the summary status of our hackathon is that we have 73 participants that joined and 49 make a submission. If you are part of people that make submissions to this hackathon, raise up your hand. Do you participate in the hackathon? Do you make a submission? Kindly please raise up your hand. Thank you. Thank you. That is very good. So our hackathon for this year is using machine learning models to do emission forecasting. And we give our participants training sets and test sets. And then from the training sets, they are going to predict the emission is going to be on the what? On the test sets. So out of the 49 active participants that we have on the leaderboard, we have our winners already for the hackathon. And so the reason why we are trying to do this is that we all know that one of the best way to learn about or improve your skills about machine learning is to what? Is to learn by doing. And we brought up this hackathon in order for us to practice various regression modelings we have done, because this year hackathon focus is on regression problem, because our target variable is a quantitative data. So whereby you are trying to measure regression, and the metrics used is RMSE. So unlike classification problem, whereby the higher the numbers, the better the model performance. For regression problem, the lower your metrics, the better the model performance, because we are trying to reduce error in doing regression problems. And then we have 49 active participants, and we have quite a lot of submissions from people, which is very nice. And we have our winners already. So we'll be calling, and like, so the winners for this year, you are going to Jayilolo. So Ayilolo. So that is the price for the winner of this Ayilolo, the price of the winner of this year. I don't even expect it, to be honest, but that is really good. So they are going to announce the winners, and the winner for this year is going to know what is their price. And I think for the other winners too, there are some gifts. Maybe it's from the second, third, fourth, they have some gift for them too. And I would love to thank our sponsor, Flyers, for giving us something cool for this year in the IndabaX Nigeria Hackathon. So, yes.
Please, can we appreciate Nasruddin, because it's a lot of work. He had to prepare the data set. He had to work with our team. Okay, and again, we want to appreciate our platform sponsor. We use Zindi Africa. We want to say thank you to Zindi for hosting our hackathon from beginning to the end. We are indeed very grateful. Thank you. Please, can we appreciate Zindi, please? Can we appreciate Zindi for giving us their platform to use at this very time? So at this point, like we have been told, and I know that some people have been asking questions too, after the hackathon was over, we have the public board. We also have the private board. So the public board is about 50% or 70% of the entire data set before the competition is over. For many of us who have been using Zindi or using the platform. All right. So immediately after the competition was over, around 1 p.m. today, 30 minutes after, the private data board was unveiled. And presently we have these 3 people topping the list. I'm going to invite them one by one. Please, let's appreciate them when we do. Thank you for that clap. It's almost there. Okay. The third position, please, when I call your name, you need to be able to show us a proof that you are the one. Because some people are not using their names. So we have to show us the proof that it's your name. The third position goes to preacher_IO. 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 Are you here? If you're not here, we'll just go to the fourth position. Is the person here? That's what we are saying. These are important. You will not hear. Who is the person? Come with an evidence. Come with an evidence. Come with an evidence. That is you. Say start, you want to come and show us. All right. So please, as is coming. Second position. Code Wizbro. Code Wizbro. Is the person here? Just come and show us your your account or something. Just come and show us your Zindi account now. That's what you need to show. And now, your Zindi account. Why are you looking like him?
I say, if you know this part,
we are waiting for you. We just want to verify, because before we are supposed to ask you to submit your notebook and your submissions, but we don't want to go to that route. So the simplest way is And of course, the man or the woman of the show, the winner of 2026 IndabaX Nigeria Hackathon emission forecasting competition focus on Nigeria goes to no other person. And the good part is that the person is a female. And for the first time in the history of hackathon in IndabaX Nigeria, a female is winning the hackathon. And this goes to no other person than an amazing woman, of course, energetic, obìnrin bí ọkùnrin, àbí what are we going to call it now? Precious Odutola, please, can you raise the hand? Precious Odutola.
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh, I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champion, for the champion. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up.
We have gifts for them.
For the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
You are. This time we appreciate it.
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny.
We are trying for you.
I have vision, no,
Our pleasure is the guy.
Can count.
For any idea,
Stand up.
Please appreciate him.
For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champion, for the champion. Stand up. For the champion.
Okay, please present
champion. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champion, for the champion. Stand up.
Well, yeah.
Here we go. It's getting close. Now it's just
on behalf of the IndabaX team and also on sponsor Flyers, we are happy to present this to you as the second runner of hackathon.
Stand up.
We know you deserve more than this, but to appreciate your work, your courage, and your skill, we are dedicating and giving this to you. Thank you so much for participating in hackathon. Hold on, before you go, take this photo. So on behalf of our sponsor, first on behalf of the IndabaX team, University of Ibadan, and also our sponsor, Flyox, we want to give this to you to appreciate your hard work, your skill, and also for winning as first runner of our IndabaX hackathon for the year 2026. Thank you. Let's have a group photo. Professor Kinat, let's have a group photo. Please from Flyox. Let's have a group photo with our hackathon winner.
Stand up. Stand up. All the champions, all the champions. Stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. All the champions, all the champions, stand up. Here we go.
Bring it down.
Getting close.
Bring it down.
Now it's
So that
just
you understand the open policies that we run here at IndabaX Nigeria. We understand all the efforts that we put into our conferences. And it's important that we all hear this. We understand the effort that we put in our conferences. But that being said, when we have put our effort, we encourage that participants show up physically. Because we cannot document when you are not here. So that's why people came all the way from Abuja, even though it's a one-day physical, people came all the way from Ekiti. So people tried their best to show Osun State, from Lagos, you can think of it, right? So this is why we do some of these things, all right? For example, most of our posters winners are not here. You understand? So that is why we are suspending a number of things, so that you understand what is happening. And the same thing is going to the hackathon. So right now, we are shifting grants. Our winner is not here. We appreciate him like we did, but for the purpose of prize giving, we are moving it. Do you get that point? So we are going to the fourth, we are going to the third, we are going to the second. So automatically the second is our first, the third is our second, and the fourth is our third. So our third is.
Just to comment, these are the policies that we have adopted over the years. Last year, we did the same thing for our poster. We encourage people to be here in person. And anybody that is not here, even if your poster is the best poster, you cannot be the first. So, because how do you explain a person that is here to present poster and a person that is not here? Or how do you explain a person that sacrificed to be here in person for a conference and a person that is not here? So what we'll do is that whoever is here gets the prize. So that's what we are doing this year too.
Thank you. So just to affirm, so on the 4th, now we have Praise 21. Are you here? Praise 21. Oh, congratulations.
Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
If you want to clap, clap now.
For the champions, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. For the champions, stand up.
So behalf of the IndabaX team, the University of Ibadan, and also our sponsor, Flyers and GSN, we are presenting this to you as the second runner-up of the Hackathon 2026. Thank you for your hard work, your dedication, and your skills. So thank you. So let's have a good photo.
Here we go. It's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just like that's how it is. We have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the for me. Stand up. All the champions, all the champions, stand up.
Thank you very much. So on behalf of Fly Off, we are giving you a fully paid trip to Cotonou and Ouidah for July. Thank you very much.
So, please, before we leave,
are you sure I'm also not an hackathon winner? Yes, now.
Flyers, so please, before we leave the hackathon store, so they asked me to explain the meaning of public leaderboard and private leaderboard. So let me just explain it like this. If you are doing computer data science, most times we always have private and public leaderboard. So private leaderboard is the final leaderboard after the competition ends, right? Public leaderboard is the leaderboard that you are going to see when the competition is running. The the difference between public and private leaderboard is that, let's say we have 100% data points as our test data. So that 100%, when the competition is running, the public leaderboard, you are seeing like 70% score, right? So the best performing models that is reliable, that pass every test, will be the one that is going to sustain the private leaderboard when it comes. So that is just it. So sometimes it changes at the end of the competition. We use these two words to evaluate the best of the best competitors in competitive data science. Thank you so much. If you see yourself from number 1 to number 20, it is normal. And you can see yourself from 20 to number 1. Thank you so much.
Also, I think I also need to mention about Nasere. If you want to learn how to win a hackathon, I think you should hold him. And that is the reason why he leads our hackathon. Nasere has won hackathon on a global level, on a global stage. And this is not the first time. I'm talking about as far back as 2023, 22, 23, 21. In fact, 21, Nasere has been beaten globally. He's a godfather in hackathon. So it's really good. These people, they win hackathon like water. So if you want to learn about hackathon, win thousands of dollars in hackathon, please hold Nasere. He will teach you everything on how to do it. Thank you.
Okay, so okay, I'm going to invite our lead, one of the strong women in the community, chairman of chairman, for the vote of thanks. Please let's welcome Miss Adiola Lawa. Please let's invite her for the league of vote of thanks. So you don't people to thank. You'll be one collecting all the money. So please can we appreciate her? And of course, we are privileged to also note that she's our chairperson in INDABA 2026. So the one we are hosting now in Lagos this year, this is the chairperson. So you can ask her about your sponsorship, ask her about your...
Okay. Who puts me in trouble? Okay, good evening, everyone. And thank you for coming once again to IndabaX Nigeria 2026. Please, a round of applause for yourself and appreciate yourself for being here. It's not easy. Please clap for yourself, please. So the reason why I'm saying that is because it takes a very long sacrifice for you to leave your abodes, your comfort, coming out here, traveling down here. I met someone this morning and I asked where he's coming from. Somebody said Ogun State. And that person said Osun State. And somebody came all the way from Abuja. And he has been here since on the 11th, being that the conference was supposed to start on the 12th, right? So that sacrifice means it's a very real way for us. And we appreciate all the sacrifice everyone has made. So I want everyone to still follow IndabaX Nigeria. And come 2027, some of the issues that happened originally was around the accommodation bit, and we intend to fulfill that for you come next year, 100%. And everyone will be 100% comfortable with your accommodation and your transportation. So please bear with us for 2026, and we hope to see you 2027. The school that will be hosting us next year, I won't be announcing that. So watch out on LinkedIn, we'll be announcing that. Thank you once again for coming to IndabaX Nigeria 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our powerful chair. Adiola has been our chair for as long as she has chaired us on several AI data science conference. She has taken us from our local IndabaX to Data Science Africa and now to Global Indaba. Thank you so much. We will be closing the conference. Just to note that, please, all the session, in case if you miss any session, we live stream everything. So you can check our YouTube channel, IndabaX Nigeria, to catch up with any session, starting from yesterday down till today. You can catch up with any session. Do well to follow us on our socials, post about the conference, tag us. We are happy to repost, and follow us for more. And we are hoping that next year we'll definitely get a better IndabaX experience. Thank you all for coming.
Yes, before we close, again, we want to apologize to our speakers, just in case our presenters. We understand there was some level of challenges in the other rooms. We do not want to take that lightly. We want to apologize. Just bear with us. Like we have mentioned from the beginning, we have packed a lot into one day. we have packed a lot into a one-day event. So please bear with us. But every speaker is appreciated. Every paper presenter appreciated. Every poster presenters, we appreciate them. So thank you everyone for the great job that you are doing. On poster announcement that is going to come online, because there are a lot of scrutiny that is also going into that. And finally, once Barrister closes us, please, all LOC members, all speakers, all paper presenters, you did one thing or the other, you contributed, and our sponsors, please, will come here for a group picture immediately after. And of course, all our winners too. You can join the picture. Again, Odaro, Ireo.
So we just want to take photos, and you've had it in the morning. Thank you so much. So speakers, poster presenters, LOC members, please let's have group photo.
CJ. I don't miss my true side. My love better. We got it. Up to the side. Demonstrate. Come on, mommy. We got it. Up to the side. My universe. Universe.
LOC members, speakers.